Good morning, everybody. Kind of a quick live. I was about to record a recap for yesterday, and then everybody started reporting that the FBI is there, and they set this tent up. Kind of curious. Can y'all hear me, by the way? Give me a thumbs up if you can. I want to make sure I'm not talking into the void. Hey, Real Happy, Venus Gal. Good deal. Thank you, Real Happy. So it looks like, I wonder if this is forensics, and I don't know how quickly they can get like a DNA result back, but we know they had those, they found the gloves. Somebody called in about a mask. And, you know, I'm going to see how quick. Because if you looked at those gloves, you could see that some of the fingers were still kind of pointed inward, like they pulled it off and the fingers didn't fully go out. So it looks like here, rapid DNA used at booking stations or urgent cases. It can be 90 minutes to 2 hours, like a reference sample, but we don't have that except for the buccal swabs they've taken from people who have, you know, I'm sure they've taken buccal swabs from everybody who knew her. But it still requires confirmation testing. The other thing that I want to go over is today, so what we're looking at now, and I need to put a little banner here just so people know. Let me do that real quick. We're kind of on the fly. I was literally about to record my episode before this happened, and then we'll talk about what happened overnight and some things neighbors are saying. Let me just get a ticker going.
They're here with equipment.
Shout out to JLR for the feed.
I don't know if they're
He's given permission for people to stream. Everybody's streaming them right now. He's the one bringing the goods.
You know, that's where the blood was. That was the removal of the camera. The footage we've seen of the unknown suspect going in. It's right here.
Another thing I'm doing today is I am working with OBS to have a much more professional looking stream where we can put things in boxes and we can, hey, beautiful, don't worry. I put a ticker at the bottom. This is kind of all we know what's currently happening, which is the FBI. I believe it's the FBI. I'll have to double check. But it could be the sheriff's office. I read the FBI. They were searching behind her house last night in some brush off the road near her house. That was the Pima County forensics team. But this morning, it's being reported that this is the FBI, and now you see this tent. So I'm wondering, with the gloves that were found yesterday, latex gloves are really, really good at holding DNA. And we know that there was a 911 call last night or yesterday afternoon, actually, about a mask that was found in an alleyway near a woman's house. So let's just say, for speculation, that mask is connected. You think about it. He had a flashlight in his mouth. He could have dribbled some saliva on that mask. You have eyebrows that could have come off in that mask. You have facial hair, and if the person has hair on their head. So if that mask is connected, that could be a wealth of DNA for this case. But even with the gloves, you could get skin cells from those gloves, or if the person was sweating. A lot of people theorize it looked like maybe he had two gloves on. We don't know that for sure. But clearly something has brought them here today to put this tent up. This should have been done on day 1. We're now, day 12? But better late than never. So while we're watching, let me just give you some updates that came out overnight. Hey, I understand people have problems with JLR. The problem, I don't know him that well. I have met him on scene, but he's the only one with a feed showing us what's going on, and he is allowing other people to stream it. So that's just what we're running with. And I know nothing about him personally. But right now, with him allowing others to stream it, and him being the only one there 12 to 14 hours a day live streaming, we're going to run with. And I don't think it's just for show, Christy. They were searching the brush behind her home last night. So let's go over what happened overnight and also some new news that's coming in from neighbors. So we talked about the Pima County Sheriff's forensics team were seen searching in the brush off the road near Nancy's home overnight. He has been generous with his feed. I don't know anything about the guy personally. I'm just grateful for his boots on the ground because out of everybody, he's live streamed 12 hours a day. So props to him. We're going to make a donation to him from Pretty Lies and Alibis for allowing us to use this feed. Otherwise, we'll be looking at an X feed. Jacob Owens with KVOA is reporting that neighbors in the foothills are getting an alert saying investigators are asking for footage from January 11th. You're talking 3 weeks before she was taken, between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. regarding Nancy's case. They're also asking for surveillance from January 31st from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., I think.
Ultra Studio 4K mini kit.
It could be, let me double check. That might be
Features USB,
AM or PM.
Connecting a keyboard and mouse, charger.
I just want to clarify if it's AM or PM.
Why are they doing this now? Like all this now? Why wasn't it done days ago?
Yeah, this should have been done day one.
That's the question, folks.
No doubt. Okay, so let me go back to this. I want to find the dates. So again, we're just flying off the cuff. There's nothing uniformed about this, but we're gonna see what's up. Brian Enton tweeted out, investigators put a tent up right at Nancy Guthrie's front door. So this is where we saw the blood. Let's see if News Nation is live, and if they are, we could maybe listen to their audio while we're watching this feed. And then we'll get back to the things that I was going to put on my... Oh, I need to go to YouTube TV. Lord have mercy.
Okay.
They're showing
because there's
like a trial.
Yes.
I don't see anything right now on network covering this, but I'll keep my eye out. We can listen to the audio like we did last night. Yeah. So JLR tweeted out an FBI agent had an Ultra Studio 4K mini kit in his hand. And I'm looking at this. Let's look up what that, I think it's a camera, but let's look it up.
Continued activity.
These are recorders.
I went down to the right side for a second. There's just two vehicles, federal agents rolled in, and then there's the Pima County Sheriff who has been stationed out here each and every day.
It's like video, audio.
Out here monitoring, and who knows what's going on in there, right there.
The mini kit looks like an interface for
an unclear
a camera
in the house. I've been looking in the windows to see if I can see any movement in the windows, but all the shades are down, blinds and shades. So.
Okay. I'm trying to find if this is AM or PM. They were looking. January 31st between 9:30 a.m. and 11 a.m., flagging a suspicious vehicle in the area around 10 a.m. This is around Nancy Guthrie's home. So they're asking for surveillance January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight. That's about 2.5 weeks before she was reported missing. And then January 31st between 9:30 a.m. and 11 a.m., flagging a suspicious vehicle in the area around 10 a.m. Brianna Whitney posted, I asked the Pima County Sheriff's Department about the surveillance, if a new lead or new information led them to these dates. And they said they'll be putting out a statement on this soon. So finally, we're going to hear from them. It's been a week today, by the way, that we last heard from the sheriff. And I highly recommend you guys go and watch Brian Enton's podcast episode from last night. There was somebody who worked with Pima County for a very long time, and he definitely had some strong opinions about Sheriff Nanos. Talking about how egos come into play and really it just hurts investigations, and he didn't hold back. So I encourage you guys to go watch that for yourself. I'm doing the Annie updates right now. So they're asking residents in Nancy's neighborhood for surveillance from January 11th, 2 weeks before the murder, between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. regarding Nancy's case. And then January 31st, this would be the day before she was abducted.
In real time.
From 9 to 11 a.m. I got my WebEx going. We're all... So Troy, in our WebEx, we just talked about that mini 4K. It says, Troy says possibly using this to play
Ultimately,
SD cards from
whatever they
locally
got
stored
here and went
cameras.
into the tent.
So that could be why it's not guaranteed. It's just, I do the WebEx while I'm doing this, while
I don't get hit here. I'm kind of in the road.
I'm going to change my thumbnail if it's confusing people, but I am updating live. We're just live updating. But
between the driveways, I'm going to plant this camera here, and I'm going to go over there with my camera. And if anything pops off over there,
I'm going
I'll
to change
film
the
it and
title
share it
of
with all of you.
this.
So they were. Here we go.
I'm going to change this FBI.
We're at Nancy's home. They're back. They're back.
Oh gosh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Thank you for putting that. Yeah, I put Annie and I meant Nancy. Hi. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I owe you one. All right, I've saved that. Shoot. I'm gonna go change this on X and Facebook. Thank you. Y'all look out for me. I love all y'all. Let's see. Make sure that changed on YouTube. We'll get back in a second, y'all. I'm going on the fly. Yeah, I see that thing. Oh, gosh, I'm glad you said something. I'll dance at your wedding or... Beautiful. That's usually how it works. Thank you again. I'm not, let me scroll up and see who said that. No, I did not say murder. Nope. Oh yeah, Rosie, please send those to me. I'm actually about to set up a new email. I'm going to cut off my inboxes because I'm so bad about checking my inbox, but if it comes through an email, I'll check it better. This is Nancy Guthrie's house. My title was wrong, and I'm trying to scroll back up. Who told me that? Can you drop your username in the comments? I want to give you a shout out because you saved me from all day embarrassment. Yeah, that's a good point, Scorpio. Someone said on Twitter, probably measuring the height of the suspect. That's really good. Talking to my friend in WebEx. We need to do a meeting. I also read yesterday they may be doing some kind of facial recognition, like where they may do something that would give the most accurate view of what this person could possibly look like. That was said yesterday. Take you real happy. My text messages are off. Okay. No, I see y'all. Oh, thanks, Brittany. Or not Brittany. That wasn't Brittany. I was talking to Brittany earlier. Thank you real happy. I got 15 text messages. In other news, Raising Cane's facing eviction over chicken finger smell. Lawsuit claims. Okay. We have a Columbia Farms slaughterhouse here, a processing plant, whatever you want to call it.
I've also been looking in the windows.
And I'm going to tell you guys, I always pass the chicken truck, and I
have
can't
my other camera,
look
so
because
if
I
anything
always make
captured
eye
on the other
contact with
side.
like one chicken, and it breaks my heart knowing what's about to happen to him.
But I'm trying
Yeah,
to see if there's
Betty,
anything. Got all the blinds
you're on
down.
it, sister. Definitely should have done this much
It's an
earlier.
SUV
Like
and a pickup truck on the
Monday.
right side.
Yeah, so
FBI.
I'm going to mute this audio for just a second because I was looking up these fancy scanners. So let me go down the news that I was going to do an update on, and we'll just do it here. We talked about the times they're looking for surveillance. Bill Holloway tweeted out that he spoke to a neighbor of Annie Guthrie's who said the FBI was in the neighborhood. Remember, we saw that a couple of days ago, searching for anything of value, specifically electronics. They were also looking in those drainage ditches. Law enforcement with Pima County says more detainments are likely as the investigation continues. The man that was detained Tuesday night, Carlos, he said the FBI told him he was detained after someone called in a tip. The caller reported he resembled the suspect captured on the surveillance video. I've heard that they were tracking him through electronic stuff. We know his family is in Tucson. He is a delivery driver, so not out of the realm of possibility. He could have been in that area and pinged off one of those towers. What else? Fox News is reporting authorities are using next generation identification. So what does this do? It's actually really, really cool. They have advanced fingerprint technology, enhanced fingerprint and latent processing services. I've seen a picture of somebody getting pulled over, like in their ad for it, where it's almost like it reminds me of a card reader where you tap to pay, and it takes their fingerprints right there on scene, and it runs it through all of the databases to see if there's a hit, like if they have an outstanding warrant. If this mask belonged to the person we saw on camera, that is a big, big lead. Potentially, you're looking at several potential sources of DNA. Hair on the head, if they have any. Facial hair. We saw the guy with the flashlight in his mouth. So if he dribbled a little spit, that is a wealth of potential DNA there. And then skin cells. So this fingerprint technology, it increases the accuracy and daily fingerprint, it's early, processing capability and improved system availability. Matching accuracy jumps from 92 to 96% with faster response times, fewer transaction rejects, and increased frequency of identification. They use a mobile fingerprint device where, among other things, within 10 seconds, they can scan wanted persons, persons of special interest, or somebody with a criminal history. For latent and palm prints, it uses a friction ridge investigative file composed of all retained events for an individual, as opposed to one composite image set per identity. So these multiple events in the database results in three times the previous latent search accuracy and allows for additional event image retrieval to support difficult casework. So every time someone gets fingerprinted for arrest or civil reasons, those prints are automatically searched against active criminal records, a civil database, and old unsolved latent prints. Latent users can search crime scene fingerprints, which are latent prints, against the criminal, civil, and unsolved latent file databases, whatever. It's interchangeable. The criminal archive contains fingerprints collected during arrests and bookings. So let's say the perp left a fingerprint and they have a record. I kind of think this is not this criminal's first rodeo. It would search all of that for background checks, employment, military service, licensing, and immigration purposes. It also can help. It stores latent prints collected from crime scenes that have not yet been identified. So all these are compared and very quickly, and it's called cascading. It allows new submissions to be continuously checked against previously unsolved crime scene prints, generating investigative leads in cold and active cases. And they just give an example. A person fingerprinted today for an unrelated matter can be linked to an unsolved case from years or even decades earlier. So you see there, they have these capabilities that we figured they have, but learning about them is very interesting to me. It also does all kinds of other things, but also there is a facial recognition search. Another way biometrics can be used as an investigative tool. It offers an automated search and response system targeted toward state and local law enforcement. Agents may submit a probe photo for a search against over 30 million criminal mugshots and photos and receive a list of ranked candidates as potential investigative leads. So even with the most of the face covered, our iPhones use biometrics, and it does use our eyes. It uses our whole face, but your eyes are also scanned. So that's interesting. You know, are the eyes going to be visible enough to where they could do a scan of the eyes and list potential suspects? Maybe. Beautiful. You know, when he first walked up, I did not see that flashlight in his mouth. But yeah, you're right. He totally could have taken that saliva. He could have gotten saliva on those gloves. Let me create an email real quick, y'all, for people to send me stuff. If you've sent me a message, I apologize. I forget, and then it's not like I don't want to talk, but let me create this real quick. Create account for personal use. Because I know I'll get them this way. Also, I don't know if this person is in chat, but I have to put like an APB out. Somebody did a favor for me. I just can't remember because it's been a rough few months and my brain's been frazzled, but they wanted a cheesy eggs breakfast t-shirt. And I have that here, and I have searched through my messages for weeks and I cannot find it. So if you were promised a cheesy eggs breakfast shirt, please let me know. I'm going to put like talk to Gigi. We'll see if that works. Oh, it's already taken. Hey, thank you guys for the kind comments. We're off the fly here. We're just, this is very unorthodox. Let me check my WebEx. So that 4K Ultra Studio Mini, and this is coming from my buddy over at Blunt Force Media. Go give him a follow at Blunt Force Media on X and then on YouTube. He's great at what he does. That can be used to capture SD or SDI and playback with time coding. Also, overnight, they combed the area and sent an alert out to residents in and around the surrounding area of First Avenue, where the gloves and a mask were located yesterday. So they're on something here, I think. I got to figure out a username. Y'all help me out. Which title? Because I fixed it and now it's there up top. Is it still showing on YouTube? Is that? I see it. Okay. FBI house. There we go. So now on X or on YouTube, it should be correct. Thank you guys. Scorpio, that's a good one. Send Gigi your alibi. How about that? Thank you. Haha, we got it, y'all. Send Gigi your alibi at gmail.com. Hang on, I gotta set it up. Of course, my passwords don't match. Hang on, I gotta do my phone verification and then it'll be wide open. All right. So new email address, y'all, just to hang out with people. Let's see, just to talk to my people, because I'm gonna turn my messages off. Things get lost. Send Gigi your alibi at gmail.com. And if I don't answer back, it's just because I am doing something, but I'm going to put desktop alerts on so that I can get every email that comes in. Let me get this set up. Okay, that is set up. So that was kind of all of the alerts that I had, or the news that I was going to do a short on. So now we just kind of wait. I just changed the YouTube title. So if you guys could, let's see, wherever you're seeing that, if you could go refresh it and see. I need to change my Facebook as well. You know, a lot of things could be going on here. Clearly, they're gonna, I just feel like, you know, with that glove, if you looked, the fingers were just inside out. Title is updated. Thank y'all. Good deal. Awesome. Thank you guys Oof. Yes, I'm going to donate to JLR. I've been shouting him out, switching between his feeds, and very grateful for JLR. He has been boots on the ground with the absolute best coverage of anybody on the ground nonstop. 12, 14 hours. The dude's got to be exhausted. Welcome aboard. So he is on YouTube at JLR Investigates. And so when these kind of cases pop up, he goes there and he does this all day, and it's nobody else on YouTube does this. So thank you. Yes. So that's kind of quiet. So let's switch over to our X Pro tab and see what X is saying. We're going to check out and see what, if anybody's tweeting out anything. Brian Ensign, investigators put a tent up at Nancy Guthrie's front door, which we know that's where we saw the blood. Michael Ruiz, I'm told one other use for the tent, investigators may be taking another look at the blood spots under a black light. Very true. A good point. Yeah, and everybody's saying the same thing we're all asking. Why was this not done on day one? And they released a crime scene later that night. I think it's just crazy. So Chillinois here says that playback device that we've seen, it can capture HDMI or SDI video output from a laptop playing Nest footage, a smartphone mirrored to a monitor, a DVR, or intermediary system. So they're getting embedded metadata and time codes. Yeah, so kind of what and then here is Brianna Whitney saying authorities are asking residents near Nancy Guthrie's home to check their phones. Already check their security camera footage from 2 days in January. The January 11th is interesting to me. That's 2 weeks before. We're going to add Nick to our list that we follow because he's been covering the latest. Let's look at Ashley Holden's video. I believe. So this is them putting it up. There you go. I'm going to monitor JLR's feed. If I see anything crazy pop up, we'll hop back over there. But I don't really want to just keep his feed up all day. It's just a shot of the tent. We'll pop over there if there's any activity. Okay, so we've played that. Let's play the second.
So you guys hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. 1, 2.
Yeah, I would venture a guess they're on that
You
porch
guys
for
hear me?
sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I want people to see what they're doing. But hopefully they're inside too, because here is the alert. So new timeline for Nancy video requests. Investigators are now requesting video from January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight regarding the Nancy Guthrie case. Also, Saturday, January 31st between 9:30 and 11, suspicious vehicle on Via Entrada around 10 a.m. So let's look at Via Entrada. By the way, I'm headed out to Park City probably the week of, let's see here. I'm going to go probably the 22nd for the Corey Richens trial. So I'm hoping to be there for openings, and I'll bring it to you. Be doing a lot of YouTube shorts from outside of court, so make sure you are subscribed and have your alerts set. Can't wait. This is the trial I've been waiting on all year. We also have the OnlyFans murder trial and Barry Moore feud. So very busy year. And gosh knows what else is going to pop up. So let's just check our feeds and see if anybody is posting anything. Take a couple of these. This is really cool. So if you pay for X and you pay for the extra, you can do this. You go to your regular Twitter feed, and I'm going to show you how. You have this. It's great. If you want to keep up with several Twitter accounts, you have Twitter Pro. You go here to Premium Plus, right here under Super Grok, and you are looking for X Pro. Totally not showing y'all. Okay, so you go to Premium here, click that, X Pro, and it populates for you. So as cases change, I'll change this to local news sources, but that's how we do that. So it's a good little feature that a lot of people don't know about. Fox News is live, so let's run with them. They've got a drone up. Let's just keep this on. I'm gonna keep this up while I look, okay? Park City, I can't wait. Lori, noted. Yeah. Duck, Goose. Brian Inton's episode last night, I talked about this early, but we'll talk about this for people who are just coming in because we've got a lot of people in here. So welcome, first of all. Appreciate y'all hanging out. We're going to stick with this all day and see what we hear. But Brian Inton's episode last night, he was riding around Tucson, kind of on the outskirts, it seemed, at times, with someone who retired from the Pima County Sheriff's Office after decades of service. And he really did not hold back. He let it be known that Sheriff Nanos, his ego will get in the way of investigations, and apparently giving the FBI the cold shoulder. This is not the first time he's done this. It happened in a prior case, and this guy, he didn't hold back. So he's got some feelings about Sheriff Nanos. We have not seen Sheriff Nanos in a week, although it seems like now with this activity, there is going to be a statement at least. But I kind of felt like they should have done some kind of a presser, even if brief, about the detainment of Carlos. That was a big event, and we don't, they need to be a little more. New post, Savannah Guthrie has a new Instagram post. Let's go look. Thank you for the heads up. Oh, so sad.
All right, it's Wednesday morning, and we have a lot of updates in the Nancy Guthrie case. So let's.
I don't think that's Savannah. Oh, that's Annie Elise. Let's watch her. Go follow Annie. I love her. Such a sweetheart. So that is the newest, just the memories with her mom. How heartbreaking, y'all. My goodness. Would not want to walk a minute in their shoes for sure. All right, so let's go back to the overhead. We're going to keep it here. I'm going to do a little research right now and see what's going on. See if I can find out anything. Interesting that they were in the brush overnight in the morning hours. Hopefully these gloves are related, because that's going to be pretty darn big if it is. That's overhead, the front door. As you can see, they've got that roped off. Let me pull up chat. check out your comments. Yeah, I'm working on getting OBS like all fancy schmancy for our broadcast where we have tickers and things like that, and it looks more professional. Rose, we'll see you soon. Cheryl says we'll keep the porch light on for you. Yeah. Thanks, Parker. We really have the best group here. We are not afraid to hide people who come in here with some foolery. At night in brush, luminol. Good point. I don't know if they saw, yeah, they were doing buckle swabs of people who worked at the house. Danny, that was something. Welcome aboard, trying to find a cure. Love that username. Cancer sucks. We lost James Vanderbeek yesterday at 48, my age. 6 kids. Oh, real fan. Jamie G, come see me, girl. Let's have some coffee. Yeah, I agree. They now want footage from January 11th and the morning of January 31st. Suspicious vehicle scene. That is very specific. For sure. Let's hope they've got something big in the works. Yeah. JLR was saying that her house definitely not the biggest on the block. Yeah, I mean, beautiful homes, but he was saying that it was not the most extravagant. Living humbly, that's cool. All the blinds are down in Nancy's house. Let me ask if that's new. So I have a WebEx going with some friends of mine, and we kind of just, if you're new here, we sort of just divvy up tasks. And so we have 3 people, 4 sometimes in here. So some will monitor the scanner, and I'll scour X for updates, and we kind of meet in the middle. And that way we try to bring whatever's new and verifiable out. Yeah, some people don't think there was a kidnapping. I don't know. The thing is, we just don't know anything at all, but seems they're working that. But yeah, whoever gifted memberships, thank you. I'm going to do a new live here soon. January 11th was a Sunday. Yep. Thank you very much. Trying to find a cure. Appreciate you so much. She had that house built back in the 90s. Yeah. She also owned, WebEx is, the best way to describe it is you can do on-camera meetings. You can do just voice. Typically, I do voice because if I do camera, it means I got to put makeup and a bra on, and that's a no-go for me during working hours unless I have something big to do. But you can chat with each other back and forth like a text. You can drop files and then put those in categories for when you need cross-reference. You can drop links really quickly. So my friend Troy says that you've been able to see inside for days. So then pulling down the blinds is something they've done today, and it's totally understandable. I think they're not just on that porch. It's heating up for sure. But so you can have you can share your screen with each other. So welcome aboard, B. So the other night we were watching a chopper that was circling a mine, just seeing if there was any police activity in the air. So we were watching a few things, and if I see something interesting and I don't really want to tell them how to get there, I'd share my screen. Also, you can control somebody's screen if you want, where if I don't know specifically how to work one thing, they can take over my screen. You have group messages. So we have different cases lined up. So we have Nancy Guthrie, Alec Murdaugh, pretty soon Corey Richins will do that. we've been monitoring the Pima County inmate search. So yeah, you can just do a little bit of everything, but it's just an amazing way to collaborate with each other and post things in real time without having to always be on the microphone together. Nanos argued with a copter pilot first day, made the pilot sit in patrol car, missing opportunity to search. Yeah, so I heard from a news source that like he didn't allow them to put up a search and rescue because he didn't want to violate the light ordinance for stargazing, but I don't know if that is valid. I don't think her body is in the home. I think that would be a real stretch. We're at 12 days. You would have an odor. You would have had an odor pretty quickly. There have been dogs on the property in the past. I feel pretty sure they would have had a cadaver dog at some point. Hard for the dogs to go in the brush because of the prickly pears and the cactus. And when I went hiking, I came home. I looked like I had like 3 cats attack my leg. I was caught up. Even on what looks like a pretty clear path, these things are small and they'll grab you. I ripped my pants and everything. I'm sure they have tactical things they can put on these animals to protect them, but I would love to see a dog out here today. But it's just odd how many times they've had to go back to this house and it just never should have been released. That crime scene, it should have been established day one and to this day. And if you remember, it wasn't until a few days ago that Pima County actually put a deputy out there to monitor the property 24/7. And even then, the pizza delivery guy was able to make it to the front door. So it's just that crime scene's not been secure. I've never heard about Medicare or Medicaid. She was part owner of a mining company that was based out of Arizona from 1988 to 2021. She was listed as a secretary, but that went out of business in 2021. She's also on an advisory committee for a college in Tucson for journalism. I haven't heard anything other than that as far as her work. Mama Lou, you're welcome. We just went live on the fly with this. I was going to do an update episode, but I thought, hey, I'll just update while we're watching. Yeah, I'm hearing that from a lot of people. Yeah, it's a problem. The dog at this point, they would give them something of Nancy's to get them on her scent. That's one thing I kind of thought, why haven't we seen a tracker dog on that front porch? If we did, I missed it, but you have the blood there. So it would have been interesting to see if that dog could have picked up a scent going from where we seen the blood. Does it go further out? But I haven't seen it could have happened. Yeah, they have these dogs. It's just let me look up, let's see here. Police dog. If you're new here, we go on little Google adventures. They're taking the tent down, so they've done whatever they're going to do there. Probably something on that front porch, like my friend Troy said, maybe do some luminol, but maybe scanning heights. We don't know. Wish I could see. I'm looking at JLR's feed here, trying to see what kind of equipment they're carrying out. That mug's fast. Let's see. It looks like maybe big old measuring tape. I can't tell. I'm gonna screen. If I can go back a hair, I'm gonna do a reverse image search and see if we can figure out what this. Yeah. He had gloves on, so probably not going to get fingerprints there at the front door, but okay, there's the picture. Let me do a reverse image search and see what this yellow thing is. I'm going to put this picture also up on the screen. Well, I'll just do the Google image search and I can switch that tab. Let's see. If you're just coming in, instead of having inboxes on Instagram and all that, and I'm going to put a post out, you can email me at sendggyouralibi@gmail.com. All right, so I'm going to do a reverse image search to see what this yellow thing could be. I think it looks like a really big measuring tape or something you might, because some of the theories, which is not confirmed, floating around said, are they possibly trying to do some measuring, to maybe get an approximate height? Couple of things about that surveillance that stood out to me. This person looks like they have pretty fit legs, like quads, calves look very shaped. Man, let's see. If you hear a little 3 beep, that is a message from my WebEx. We're talking. I'm also going to all right. Let's do this. And then I'm going to check X to see if anybody has updated on anything that's there on scene, but I won't switch the feed. We'll watch this. In the back seat, they have a big, I call them action packers, but they're, just a big black storage tub. Yeah, either electrical or measuring. I can't tell. I would venture a guess that's something to measure. I bet you $100 they're doing some kind of test there, because we've heard that they may try to get out like a photo from the video, like some kind of a reconstruction. So the message on the Instagram, if you didn't see it, for Savannah Guthrie said, "Our lovely mom, we will never give up on her. Thank you for your prayers and hope." That was what her text said on that video. Check it out, locals there, if we see anything. Looks like they're leaving. So they did it in and out. Yep. They knew what they were there for and got it done. Not seeing any new updates right now. From people on the scene, there's probably just not much to know. I'm still trying to do a cross search of this photo. Um, I'm also going to put on my socials a link to the segment I did last night with Jesse Weber and Joel from STS. We talked about this case. So this is nice to see, the neighborhood. Houses aren't as far apart as I thought. I mean, I'm sure some are farther than others, but I'm hoping they keep this drone up. It would be nice to have this. We can also switch over to JLR. Right now, he's just walking up the street. There's media lined down the road as far as the eye can see, and up the cross street. Everybody probably rushed there today. Yesterday, a neighbor complained to a deputy about trash being left on her property, and then also saying that, if there's an emergency on that street, it's going to be really, really hard for emergency vehicles to get down there. And that's valid. It's just the nature of the beast. The media is on public property. Wonder how he got in. I'm telling you, Brian, if you watch that video, he goes to knock right before. He goes to knock. There goes it's Landon. Look, Fox has great coverage with their drones, but we think they got their batteries at the Dollar Tree because that thing had to be switched out nonstop the other day. It looks like he tried to knock and then he saw that. So probably what happened is as the motion was detected. Oh, Lord. Thing just did a loop-de-loop. I bet some kind of a sensor light came on. If you have these cameras, when it detects motion, you'll see a blue light or some kind of a light, blue or green light that shows. Let's switch over to JLR real quick again. I don't want to stay on his feed today because people can actually just go watch his if they want. But I need to fast forward a bit. This is behind. Seems okay. We'll see if there's any other activity or if they're going anywhere else today. But the big news is yesterday, if you're just coming in, they found a pair of gloves. And they also, a 911 caller called in a mask. Let's listen to that audio for those of you that did not hear it yesterday. And then we'll also look at a few other little videos since this seems to be kind of dying down over here. And I also have a couple of little interviews we could watch as well with Josh Ritter, given his opinion. So here's the thing. I'm going to pull this up just to show a few things. So this is the glove they found, black latex, like you can get at Home Depot or Amazon. But if you look right here, those fingers are still inward. They didn't flex out. So, DNA on this type of a surface can last a really long time. However, direct sunlight, the UV rays can damage DNA, but you look here, these fingers are not extended out. So that potentially could be the source of some skin cells and things like that. And then yesterday, we had somebody report a mask. They called 911. Thank you guys who have donated. I'm going to go through those in a minute. I think I got one. Let's go down. I'm sorry for scrolling fast. I'm looking for something. There's old Murdaugh. No, it was later yesterday. That's the lady that was it. I get it, but at the end of the day, somebody's missing. We'll watch some of these videos in just a second. I'm trying to find that 911 call for those of you that haven't heard it. Yeah, let me get over to Blunt Force Media because he has it. So here's his photos that he grabbed. That's that camera. And then he got the back. And this is kind of what we do in chat, so it just gives you an idea. You know, for example, he's been looking at jackets, and so he tries to find something similar. He'll throw that in our chat, and we just talk about it back and forth.
Caller said she
Okay,
found
here we go.
Sunday to Interview at 100 East First Avenue. Caller said she found a ski mask on the ground in the alley near her garage. It looks like the same mask the assailant was wearing in the Nancy Guthrie case. Sunday to Interview at 100.
So that was the 911 call that came in yesterday. That would be huge if so. Thank you, Betsy, for the donation. I appreciate you so much. We'll watch a couple of these videos. I love Josh Ritter. Super nice guy. You can see here, people have left mementos in front of Miss Nancy's house. You hear that drone up in the air. Also here, Michael Ruiz posted the area that was searched yesterday where the glove was found. You can see it kind of comes out onto a main vein, North Campbell, coming down. And then you're on this. I would love to know in relation to here. The gloves were found here. Here's Nancy's house. I would love to see where that mask was found. So that's the search area yesterday that yielded the gloves. I always post a song. I'm a song nut, so I'm music nut. If you follow me on X, you know this. They're also looking into the backpack, the ski mask, and the jacket. So what they're going to start doing now is they're probably going to search some Walmarts within a radius and say, I need a list of everybody who has bought, or every transaction that has bought this backpack, because it's they're pretty sure this is a Walmart Trailblazer backpack. If you're familiar with the Pike County Massacre, they did the same thing when they were looking for the shoes that they wore the night they went and killed 8 people, and they pulled it and were able to show on surveillance Angela, the mother who is serving 30 years for her role in this, buying the shoes that had a very unique tread pattern. They were Velcro. So let's hear what these guys have to say. Full disclosure, I don't discriminate between news networks, no matter who they are, because I don't do politics. But yeah, so I know people have been complaining about this, but you do you. I don't judge you for who you support.
So I'm here with Paul Morrow and Josh Ritter, and we are going to ask some questions from our Fox News readers, and hopefully these guys could answer them about the Nancy Guthrie case. So, guys, the first question is from Jennifer on Twitter. You know, she saw the video last night, and she's curious, does this guy look like a pro? For example, no logos on his clothing, on the backpack, on the gloves. He had a full backpack with items he might need. What do you make of that?
Well, I'd have to think that if somebody really was a pro, they would at the least have some available duct tape to put over that camera. He doesn't even seem to understand that somehow or other putting a little bit of a bush in front of the camera is in any way going to block it. I don't really know what he was trying to do there. It's not going to sort of stay there in front of the camera. So there's something very simplistic about the way he does that, and even the way he moves. So no, I would argue not a pro. I would say somebody who is maybe not that high functioning, but is maybe with this one sort of punching above his weight. You know, he did some planning, has this backpack. It's true, no logos and all of that, but managed to get himself caught on a Ring camera, which argues that not a whole lot of thought really going into it, not a whole lot of recon.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. I don't think a pro, but I think a person who's done this before, because he's prepared. He made that error with that moment of impulsive kind of absurdity when he's grabbing the plant and trying to hide himself with the flowers, which does throw you off. But other than that, he's coming with gloves. He's got a mask. He does figure out how to dismantle that camera. The other thing I think that I don't hear a lot of people talking about is he doesn't seem all that concerned with the dog being on site. He doesn't be all concerned with other people being in the house, with how he's going to gain entry. I don't see a crowbar in his hands. He doesn't seem concerned about an alarm system. It's like he's done this before and maybe even been out to that house. But yeah, I don't think he's a pro in the sense that he's very accomplished at this kind of a crime.
No, I'd agree. And, there's another thing, and Josh speaking now brings it to my mind, which is that he goes to the front door. It's in the middle of the night and he's going to try to break into this house. And that matters because the front doors here are like Fort Knox. There are all these one-story buildings with these very heavy oak doors. It's like this adobe style down here. So I don't know what he was hoping to do at the front door, but I never saw a burglar go to the front door or a perp of any sort and just try to gain entry through the front door. It's a strange move.
So there's that. I always love hearing takes like this. Let's see if Fox is back up with their feed. Yeah, they're back up. I'm going to put this up for a minute. I need to do a YouTube short because if you follow, actually that was before. I need to do a YouTube short because they have seated a jury in the Corey Richens trial. So that's good. There was so much fuss about moving this out of Summit County. We can't get a fair trial here. They had their panel on day one. The next day they did their strikes, and today we have a jury, which is awesome. Why don't we switch over to JLR and let you guys watch that while I do this because he is live. I'm not going to stay on him all day, but we will definitely. That's not him. Shout out to JLR. So this is surveillance from another camera the night Nancy was taken. And I'm going to put it over here on JLR. He's showing surveillance. TMZ is showing that of a person. I've seen
somebody with another backpack.
Blurred photo.
It's just, that's weird in this area. I don't know the location.
So this is like 1 something in the morning.
It's like, why is somebody having another backpack? What type of person's running around at night with 2 backpacks? Look, what in the heck is that all about? To me, it doesn't look like the same backpack, but
I will say,
might have backpack gate.
If you look at the legs of that person they just showed,
change of clothes, change of outfits.
If you look at the backpack that they are, the gait of this person, let's play TMZ's video because they have it. This could be totally unrelated. The thing that I noticed about this,
remember what it feels like to be
is that if you look at the person seen on Nancy Guthrie's home security, I talked about this a minute ago. They have really defined legs. It looks like somebody maybe that is physically active. I have to sit and watch this whole freaking video. I can't complain because that's what I have to do on my YouTube channel. So I'm gonna hush now. This person to me has pretty skinny legs. Now, that's not to say that they didn't put on a couple of pairs of pants or something, but this is the video from the night, the same night Nancy was taken. See if it has the reflectors on the shoulder area. That is not the same backpack, I don't think. Nope. Too many markings. Scott, most backpacks have those reflectors. All mine do. Not sure about that one, but there's another angle of it or something. This person has really skinny legs. So that was kind of the thing that struck me about this as opposed to who we saw. This is the Walmart brand backpack that has those, but see the shoulder straps or the reflectors are in the back there. The assailant had them up here. If they got anything new. No. All right, so we'll go back to JLR's feed.
I can't believe they got the Carlos guy based off a tip. I cannot believe that they got Carlos based off someone saying, oh, it looks like Carlos. And then we're talking about the guy from Rio Rico. This looks nothing like Carlos. I mean, the guy has something dark here, some sort of mustache or goatee, but it's dark. Looks nothing like that Carlos guy.
And I have to agree with what he
they
said.
still pull this guy out of his vehicle at a traffic stop and tear his house apart. Unless you feel like it looks like him. Some people might say it does. Some people say the eyes.
You can't tell nothing about those
His
eyes.
eyes.
You can see eyes. So the other thing too is it was reported that they were using electronics to find this Carlos guy apparently, but he said his parents live in Tucson. And so he's there. He's there a lot. And he's also a delivery driver. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that, you know, he was in the area. Yeah, I said the same thing, Pet Pilgrim Goose. Timestamps, you know, is it that this person was canvassing first and then went and got their gear and came back? I agree with that 100%. Let's see what my So a Nest message from the Pima County Sheriff's Office is now asking people to look in the intersection of Campbell and Sunset. So we might take a little Google trip here. I'm going to leave this running. We'll put his audio up. I'll do my YouTube short on my phone so I don't have to mess this up.
At the exact same time authorities were here. That's what they're saying. On our
Disclaimer,
what do you think?
can't control any language or
with
anything
that?
like that on
Or
this
timing
feed. Just
to that,
grateful to
or-
have something live on scene. I will be back.
You know where mom's gone? Michael Ruiz, Fox News, said AI enhanced versions of the surveillance video are meaningless. A lot of people have been zooming in and doing AI, and then it just makes the person look however you want it to look, in a sense. JLR, send me your lunch order. Well, please don't send anything to the address here. I'm at the 5800 block, but I'm not. Don't send anything to Nancy's home. You ain't gonna get on the property anyway, because now the sheriffs are here. All right, let's see what else is being said here. It is 9:30 a.m. here. So a lot of activity as we started out this live. You got Pima County out there, forensics out here in the field. Now you have FBI. What's next? 10 is down. The tent is gone. 10 is gone. That'd be the tent area. They're gone. Hey, how are you?
You got a good spot.
Yeah, it's okay.
And they're not kicking you out.
No, they're pretty. No, I don't think since they've been in there, they're
Yeah.
not really caring if anyone's standing out here anymore in front of the house.
Great.
But before, when they had both people perched, you could not stand out here.
Sure.
whatever.
Took the tent down.
They took the tent down. So you've been here for days. You mind? You want to talk?
No, you know what? I got to go live in just a couple.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll talk for a
Okay.
minute. Though.
All right. So I'm
know the
here with
drill.
John
John DePietro. Yep.
from New England.
Yes.
Out here, you've been out here for days
Yes.
covering. What's your take on the whole situation by your coverage and what your perspective is and what's going on?
In covering different scenes, what we're seeing right now, and I know there's always like second guessing, and there's no perfect investigation, but what you're seeing and people are seeing right now is, to me, this shows the FBI is really come in. The day, here's what should have happened, and where should I be looking? Just straight ahead.
Yeah, you can just
Okay.
look straight ahead.
Here's what should have happened. This entire house should have had yellow tape around it. Annie's house should have had yellow tape around it the entire time. The front entrance all should have been a 10 up, blocked off. I covered a missing persons case. They took over. This woman was last seen going into this house, and they got a proper search warrant. They found her blood in the house for a month. They had police in the driveway 24/7, and the entire property was a crime scene. So when the sheriff said, "Oh, we took everything we needed to," and then they allowed people to go in, and then the media was up there and seeing the blood, like immediately, I was like, you don't do that.
Insane.
So, but let's look at the FBI clearly has come in. Yesterday, when we saw, how they were, and you and I were both here, they're canvassing right here.
Mhm.
So they're going through a checklist, and then they're saying, who went through the grounds? Like, all this stuff should have been done. And from you probably heard the same thing, JLR. There was some resistance with the FBI coming in, and the sheriff didn't play ball. People need to understand law enforcement's very territorial, and that's also one of the problems. Not to go on a tangent here, but it's one of the problems with ICE is a lot of the police. It doesn't matter whether it's Minneapolis, but they consider that's their city. And in many ways, the way they can operate is they give people the impression we run this town. If that's upset, then they feel there's a problem. But just staying with this.
So you think that might have an element to the situation with as far as the Pima County Sheriff saying, well, I don't want the feds coming in because of
Well, they weren't
national,
cooperative.
like, hey, no.
They were in, but they weren't cooperative. That's what I've been told. And so, if you remember one of the first press briefings, he said, I'm still waiting for these web companies or someone to get me back the information. Now, I can tell you that set off alarm bells. Feds that I knew were like, what? I covered the Brown shooting. I mean, when the FBI comes in, they have a lot of tools the local law enforcement doesn't have. They have, they have satellite. They have so many different elements of cell towers, of cars that are bouncing off. People don't realize that, and we learned this in the Karen Reed case, but your car is actually a computer. So when you're riding along, it's sending off all kinds of signals. Those things can be traced. So the hesitancy, they've never handled a case like this. I don't think he knew exactly what he was dealing with, but they were not exactly, you saw it the other day when the sheriff was in front and they had the pizza delivery up there. Now, that guy never should have been got up on the property. And after that happened, I know they put something out. We shouldn't have to tell people not to deliver pizza, but I said to him, are you sure that's a pizza guy? Because the Daily Mail, I mean, they tap phones over in the UK, right? They break into people's voicemails. So the idea that could have been some YouTuber saying, yeah, I'm a Domino's guy, and go right up to the house and film it all like that. But just getting back to where we are today, what they need to, this tells me they're starting once again at ground zero. This is, let's go back, and you're seeing the grid search, and they literally are covering every piece of ground. I also want to mention about the black gloves. Now, I know that's still, we're not sure about the black gloves.
Which was found about a mile that way.
Yes. But what people should understand, and I don't hear people saying this, but I'm in other parts of Tucson where you see homeless and you see some trash. Most people, different parts of your neighborhood, you may see some rubbish and trash. This place is pristine. This place is immaculate. If you notice the Catalina foothills, where they found that, because I was over there, you don't see anything.
Is this a neighbor or something?
We see all these people walking around. It's a very healthy, active community. You don't see people throwing stuff. This is, this area is a little earthy, crunchy, but they're very conscious of the environment. That's why they don't have the street lights. So my point is, in other cities and towns where maybe someone says they find a hat or a shirt or gloves or sneakers, you would say, well, it could be a homeless person or somebody just threw something out the window. I don't find that around here. I don't even see I don't find any litter. So that's where the gloves to me really stands out, because it's not as if, there's some sections when you go downtown Tucson, like where the convention center is, you'll see a homeless encampment, you'll see other parts. I was in Vail the other night chasing down that to Rio Rico. It's a little more off the beaten path to see that. You don't see that around here.
But let me
Go ahead.
just touch on the gloves, and I was sharing the gloves found on the road.
Yes.
Prestige area.
Yeah. This area is
Happened
beautiful, by the
happened
way.
a day after the guy's image got revealed.
True.
Right.
True. It could have been someone planted it. It could have been.
You know,
it could
my
have been.
take is,
Or
why
you're-
wasn't these gloves noticed a week prior? You know, because you
that's
think
on
about
a
a crime,
checklist. They're going through
but
the
at the
checklist.
same time, people,
It could have been. Somebody could have just gone and thrown it up there, and it's a prank, and we're going to see a video later about that.
but they're definitely going to analyze these things because they took it 100%
Yeah.
seriously, and they
And
should.
as Nancy Grace said, I could see if somebody's really hot and nervous, right after you do this, you peel them off because you're just like, you got to be freaking out. So, but to come back to this, I want people to also understand that JLR, I think you'll appreciate this, what it would have taken to, I was here the early morning. We were both here when I was live on Court TV, and it was pitch black in the morning. I'm willing to bet there's no one on the road. No one. And you don't walk around here, by the way. I don't know if I fell into one of those cactuses. Those things are like porcupines. So you're not walking. You have to know where you are. I think the biggest hindrance right now is
Did you say he fell in a
what
cactus?
vehicle did that individual use to get up here? So because in the Northeast, they're very reliant on where they can ping phones. With Brown University, once they got a plate, they have.
Okay,
these
so we're gonna
phones.
let's see. Let's look at our X Pro feed and see what's going on there. I'll keep an eye on JLR. I just don't want to use this footage too much today. People can go put that up in I suggest you go put it up in a separate browser to watch yourself. So we're just looking here to see if there's any new stuff. I also want Kathy Russin just posted out something about this case. I'm gonna see what she has to say. We're just working in real time, guys. This is not going to be the most organized live feed you have ever watched, but we do our best. And y'all know, yeah, I took my ADHD medicine today, so we're good. Man, wait. All right, so I'm gonna look on YouTube TV. What I can do is actually post audio. I can't post video. And just see if anybody's covering this right now. And we can listen to the audio. I think we could be in for a long day, y'all. I think we could see a lot of activity. Things are heating up, but we've had times where it looks like it's heating up and unfortunately it leads nowhere. Or I don't want to say it leads nowhere. They're exhausting their leads. It's not wasted time if you're looking at something that, is valid and really needs an eye. Let me see what Kathy Russin posted about. In fact, I need to make her own little tab over here. Let's add my girl, my sister from another mister. Law enforcement sources tell TMZ the FBI is lasering in on the man in the video who is both wearing and carrying backpacks right around the time of the kidnapping. But this was kind of, I don't know how far this was. Let's put TMZ up here. Exclusive details. Let's see what they're saying. So this is just a few miles. Be curious to see if that jacket has. So here, let's watch this again because. Oh, Lord have mercy. Sounds like we could get a statement at bare minimum. There you go. My targeted Google ads. Y'all see what I've been searching for. Shoes. That was at 1:52 a.m. So how far is this from Nancy's house? Because what time was the suspect first? They said that when law enforcement held a news conference last week, they said Nancy's Nest camera disconnected at 1:47 a.m. and at 12:12 a.m., camera software detected a person. Okay, so here's that video again that we've watched. I'm just looking at the clothes right now. There's no audio with this, by the way. Look in that look in that pocket, y'all. Does it kind of not look like that light colored gun holster? I'm going to pause it. Right there. You see that? I'm going to screen grab this real quick. Remember, it was white. We'll look at that again because it's on this page. Right there. Y'all see what I'm saying? Something in his pocket, and it looks a little bit heavy. See the shape, how it's kind of flopping around because it's got some weight to it? Yeah. Mm. Those are gray pants, hoodie on. I want to see if there's a stripe on that hoodie. Did it look like there was maybe a graphic on the front of that hoodie, though? Let me see right here when he turns. Can't tell if it's a graphic right there. But the straps, okay, so straps are hanging down to just at like the hip bone. So let's watch their video of the person on the porch. It looks like there's something in his pocket though, and it's white. Let's go to we'll just go to Nancy Guthrie's page real quick because she posted those videos. Let's share this. See right there, you have that white. It's definitely. It doesn't look leather. It looks like it's maybe like polyester or something. See there. I wish I could have got a look at the shoes, but I need the video. I'm just gonna run to my YouTube channel. Little dude right here. He can jam on the guitar. I love watching him. I guess I could have just clicked my thing. All right, so we just winging it today. Okay, so here's the videos. I want to look at this real quick. I want to see where those straps are hanging down to. About the hip area right there, you see? Right here. Hip area. Let's go. We're going to flip between TMZ. I'm going to do some screenshots and I'm going to compare. So let's just play this a couple of times. You guys watch that while I'm doing a screen grab. Let's see what's happening on JLR's feed. I also want to see how this backpack is hanging off of his back compared to the other person. Like, is it the same length? All adjustable. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put these all on one picture, and then we'll look at that and see if we can do some sleuthing, y'all. Okay, let's switch over to JLR real quick, just so you guys can watch something different. Where we going? All right, we're going to switch over to JLR just to show some of the activity outside the home. I'm going to get these pictures together real quick.
Sheriff's kind of just like smiling and laughing. Go down here.
Pima County Sheriff's Office is arriving at Nancy's house now.
Did he just told somebody to get off the property?
Somebody unblurred the photo, and it looks crazy.
Somebody was over there walking on the property.
Like,
get off the property.
All right, so I'm gonna throw these in.
But they so we're just gonna keep it here. See what's happening here. I gotta go make a phone call. I'll be right back. Continuous coverage outside Nancy Guthrie's home.
You know, he dumped one backpack over that fence, right? Could he have been just dropping that for somebody? I mean, I'm just theorizing. This could be totally unrelated. Just a disclaimer.
Yo.
Look at this. This came from Fox News Digital. It looks like something that determined someone's height with the situation right there. Like Fox News Digital with the height. Gotcha. All right, so he's telling me to move on to the other side.
Okay, so Michael Ruiz just posted this on X. So I'm going to read it out to you. It says, I think I'm muted. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Okay, breaking. We have a good clue about what just happened at Nancy Guthrie's home. FBI experts on video, imagery, and physical science was seen carrying video forensics equipment into the tent. A prominent member of this team has worked other high-profile cases, including the Brian Koberger investigation. Photos obtained by Fox News Digital appear to show investigators left carrying a diagram with human height. So yeah, kind of what we thought. I believe this expert may have been on scene to compare physical conditions to the Nest video in order to develop a suspect description. Yeah, so that's kind of what we thought. And then, yep. So I'm gonna switch over to Michael's X feed real quick because he shows. You can see on his feed the. We'll switch over to Michael Ruiz's because he got a real big close up of that. We'll see. Was that actually? Let's see. Put this person's name in. Here we go. Cat Ramirez photo. Okay, let's go to Michael Ruiz's feed. I'm gonna refresh real quick. Nothing going on the feed, by the way. Just okay, here it is. So you see there, you can see it's got the measuring there. So what they're doing is trying to get an approximate height on the suspect. So thank you so much, Catherine. I appreciate it. Let's see here. I looked at a bunch of the Ozark Trail packs and the reflective strips and should strap stitch pattern on the doorbell photo pics don't match. Okay, so somebody doing their own investigation, which look, you know, last night I was on Jesse Weber talking about how an online content creator was the one that spotted the van. You know, that ultimately narrowed down that timeline for Gabby Petito and then led to her body. So people on the line are smart. Then I was asked about, have you read any good theories that have made you think? And I felt bad, but I was like, no, I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories, but nothing that made me think. Y'all would not believe how many emails I get with conspiracy theories, y'all. It's crazy. Mm. Yeah, the world is watching for sure. This is one of the things that Savannah Guthrie posted a minute ago. All right, we'll switch back over to JLR. And I'm going to do a little bit of work here with these photos. I do agree, Sherry. Looking at those photos, they look like the slip-on Merrells. I have a pair. If you watch the video, the sole on the shoes are very thin. Super thin. And the shoes look, you can't tell what color they are in black and white. If they're a light tan color, it's going to look white, but definitely tactical pants. I looked at 511 Tactical because my son's an EMT firefighter, and I bought him some that looked really, really similar, but I couldn't exactly find it. Yeah, you can buy Merrell's anywhere. I mean, our Goodwill has nice shoes. Somebody recently found a pair of Nikes that were in great condition, but were, well, they were used, but they were worth like $5,000. The one thing, you know, that's the question. What did he have in the backpack? You know, probably things you would need in a kidnapping. I've seen some theories that one of the shapes looks like a Starlink Mini. It's kind of square up top. It's about the same size. It would fit in a backpack, but nothing confirmed. But it was pretty darn full. So I'm putting some of these photos up now just to compare. It's definitely not the backpack that this person walks away with, but I'm trying to grab some video of what it's just weird that you throw a backpack over a fence at almost 2 a.m. And then 15 minutes later is when we know at least the camera detected movement or it was removed. Change of clothes in the backpack. Yeah, very well could be. Yeah, good idea, y'all. Y'all sleuthing up in here. I love it. I love it. Okay. I'm going to go back and watch this video of this person again. See, I thought that was a cross strap on that backpack, but it looks like it's just a. Okay, so let me go back.
Feeling it out, you're like,
So crazy.
did you know everyone's situation?
Like
While you were
no,
oh,
okay.
okay.
No, just like yeah, you get more to speculate, you know. But oh, look at the dog.
Dogs here. This is crazy.
The neighbor.
Some of them have been nice. They've been very nice.
This one needs a
Look at a video of all the movies. It's crazy. Look at that's just this side. I wonder what the other side looks like.
It's overheating maybe. Especially if you're like multitasking.
She's used to that. Okay, put that under here. Maybe if I put it under a leather jacket, that'll help. Oh, another sheriff truck. Your ability to like go to the grocery store.
Oh, is it nice? Oh my god.
Got it. Yeah.
Think I heard a drone. Let's see if Fox is back up with their drone. But it looks like, they're clearing this. We'll see where they go next. They may be going back to work at their desks, and then we got nothing going on.
As you should be, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're a team. Can you spell it again? I can't.
Yeah, please.
Telling you guys, this guy's pocket.
Yes, it wasn't connecting.
What happens if you don't have service? Will it just fall out of the sky?
It'll land wherever.
Oh,
Yeah.
at least it lands.
Dude, but it's a pain in the ass because like I've had it happen before where I lose connection and it's like over a desert and it decides to land. I'm like, oh yeah. I have to go find it.
I hate when these ads pop up and it scares me to death. All right.
I know. We're leaving at the same time. Right?
Yeah, well, I can't leave till Boulder shows up. He always is like 15 or 30 minutes late. So he has to stop at the gas station. That's typical of him. I also want to get paid for it.
I just got promoted, yay. But
Oh my gosh.
thank you. What? No more overtime.
Hell yeah.
Are you salaried now?
Yes. And
Congrats, I'm sorry.
literally
Hell
though, right?
yeah, but
Because here's the thing. Like these work trips,
Yeah.
used to pay for my vacations because I'm working 18, 19-hour days.
Right.
Now I get to work 18, 19-hour days for free.
And they're like, you're like, it's part of your job.
I know.
Like, oh. It's what's entitled to.
Second producer. I was an associate.
But now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, at the end of last year. But again, it was like bittersweet because I'm like, oh my god, if I'm traveling or 30-song stories, I do like a lot of sports and mechanics video.
oh no way.
It's crazy. Going to Milan.
Wow. That's insane.
It's my first time to Italy, and then I'm doing Paris and London after with my friends. My first time to all three places. So it'll be fun. Right? Seriously. I know. But for example, when I'm doing March Madness, instead of when the Final Four in Phoenix,
Which, by the way, Arizona.
did you really? So I'm like, all right, I'll be out here for work. I might as well just go to LA and see some friends because
Yeah.
it's what, an hour flight or something. This is like low-key like vacation weather though.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Yeah, we have not gotten winter. We got one for like 2 days.
How cold is it?
Safety maybe?
Or from like a news source version?
I think the lowest we got was maybe 40.
No, we get down to below 50. Always having right with no sunrise outside.
Oh yeah, because you're the morning.
Oh yeah, what do you? Are your morning reporter?
Yeah. Not today though.
Not today. So what are your hours each day?
Well, technically 4
Okay, I'm gonna hop over to my X feed because I posted it just. But I want to show you guys what I'm talking about with these two. Whatever is kind of.
No.
So if you look here, let me mute for a second. Can't talk when there's stuff in my ear. So you see there, so right here. Let me find my feed. Lord have mercy. Where did it go? So you see there, at the crotch area, he's got some kind of a. It just looks like, I don't want to say cloth, but like polyester. Number one, where he's got it, I don't know why he's got that there. One little sudden movement, and he might have done away with the family jewels, but. So yeah, it's just if you look here and then you look in this pocket, there's like black, but you see that white, and you see here how the butt of the gun is kind of sticking out of this holster. I'm just saying, I'm just thinking out loud here. This is definitely a different backpack that he's wearing than here. I can't get a good enough shot of the backpack to see if what he dropped over the fence had those reflectors on it. But, according to Kathy Russin, she posted that they're lasering in on the man in the video. Did he not leave that backpack over the fence? Okay, so thanks for clarifying that. I could have swore that backpack was dropped over the fence. I didn't see him carrying it out, so thank you guys for letting me know. But still, I'm just saying that, it could be a fluke, but you know, and then we'll go back and watch the video. If you watch it, you can see where that is heavy. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here, but Lord have mercy, TMZ like blast the ads, but I'm gonna share this tab. No, I don't want to share my screen. Lord have mercy. Hang on, y'all. Yeah, they're definitely. So there's not much going on the feed, but I do want to share this again, and we're going to watch this video again. I appreciate you guys letting me know. That's what I love about doing this in real time. You guys are like, no, that's not what happened, and I appreciate it. Gosh, long videos. I wish I could just find it without the ad. But this is what they're showing is this backpack here. Okay, so thank you guys. That I love it when you guys tell me I'm wrong because we just want to make sure we're right. But watch that right pocket. Whatever it is heavy because it's swinging when he moves. It's got some, see? It almost looks like a gun to me. I mean, it's long, whatever it is. Watch that pocket right there on our side. See? It's heavy. And then if you go back to this picture here, you know, what do you guys think? I mean, yeah, I'm not saying this is the same person by no means. I mean, to me, I mean, it's pretty ironic, don't you think? I'm just checking my WebEx to see. Okay, Blunt Force Media has it. He actually has a little bit of he has a better video. Let's look at this. Thanks to Troy over at Blunt Force Media. This was at my glasses on 1:53 a.m. on February 1st. Looks like maybe he was trying to open the gate. Yeah, that's where I thought he was dumping it. Oh yeah. He takes it. How did I miss that? All right, we're gonna watch that one more time. Look at that pocket. He has a pretty prominent nose. I'm gonna tell you, if I saw somebody doing that to my house, they would need an ambulance called. I would come out my house like Annie Oakley. Okay, well, I just wanted to show you guys that. So we'll switch back over to JLR real quick and see what he's got. I'm going to try to see if there's any drones in the air. There we go. This is what's happening outside Nancy Guthrie's right now. And then we're going to start a WebEx meeting. So you may hear them come in, but we're just all kind of talking about what's going on today. Well, that guy had a really prominent nose, though, in that video. I'm going to do a screen grab of.
Truck trying to get through. You only can go like one way, like because there's so many people here, 2 cars can't go side by side. So
Doreen, the video that you just saw was not at Nancy's house. That was actually at another place. Let me see if I can find out how far. How far was? This is definitely a minimum of a 2-person job. Wouldn't be surprised if it's, but this is not a solo mission, and this is not this person's first rodeo either. Because if you watch how calm he is walking up to the house, and even when he seems to be caught off guard with whatever alerted him, there was that Nest camera at the door. He doesn't like quickly turn around. I think it takes him off guard because you can try to plan the perfect crime, but you're not going to account for something until it happens in the moment. So 5 miles away. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so you can go to tmz.com to share that video. My friend Troy, actually, there was a video released earlier today that did not blur the face as much. So you can see this person clearly is bald. And it could just be a prowler. I mean, this could all be a coinky dink. I'm not insinuating anything. I want to put that out there to protect myself and, potentially somebody who take a screen grab of that. There we go. Doesn't look like blue jeans in this new video. It does just kind of look like some slacks or, maybe tactical pants, but it has a hood, and we know that jacket was a Sherpa. So I'm trying to see if you see any Sherpa material, or it looked like Sherpa. It's not confirmed. So it looks like it's pretty quiet at the house right now. Search dogs would be very, very helpful. Yeah. Thank you so much, Doreen. I would love to know if they have put a dog on the scent of that front porch to follow it, even through the house, like from her bed, and see if they can pick up that scent. Because the blood stops at the front porch. Brian Enton was there, and he said it just seems to end right there. So, has anybody seen dogs out there? I think I do remember somebody saying. Yeah, I saw that, Scooter. It was Bitcoin too. Yeah, this video was shared by the FBI to the sheriff's department, then to us per the FBI. Okay, thank you for that, Angie. Yeah, so if you're new here, just a reminder, we don't do politics, we don't do religion, we don't do conspiracy theories. Like, observations are cool, but I really don't like conspiracy theories at all, or politics. I don't follow it, I don't talk about it on the podcast, and it's just a divider. You're just going to get half the people in here ticked off, and then the chat's going to go buck wild. Man, my coffee keeps getting cold. Yes, Border Patrol and canine. They had canine out there. Okay, cool. Wow, almost 1,000 likes. That's crazy, y'all. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you're not subscribed, go subscribe. I appreciate it. Like 49% of the people who watch my stuff are not subscribed, which is crazy. So if you see subscribe when you click on my profile, that means you're not. And that's like one of the best ways to help the podcast, and it's free. You see a little hype underneath the video. That's a new thing they have going where it pushes me out to the algorithm for people who may not know that I exist. Yeah, we're not doing conspiracy theories. I mean, I'm cool with people like with what we know, just picking our brains like I'm doing now with this comparing these two videos. But, there's so much division in this world, and religion and politics are kind of the two biggest culprits. And so that's why I don't cover any political cases at all. It just, I'm not one of those people who's going to automatically dislike you because of who you support. I judge the person and not your choices, and as long as they're legal. Um, and then religion is just so personal to everybody, and um, just dividing things, it really can take away focus from the victims. I need a cup warmer. Yeah. And I also found out too, I have a cup warmer. Actually, I need to get it. Those little candle holders that are candle lamps that warm your candles so you don't necessarily catch your house on fire. They're also really good at warming up coffee and dip. I saw that on TikTok. Um, Somebody asked if I remember how far back they went to get the video of Angela Wagner buying the shoes at Walmart. Yeah, that's a good question. So if you think about it, I'm not sure when they got the video, but they had moved to Alaska, stayed there, close to a year. I don't think that Walmart video came until a ways after the murders. Um, let's see if we can find out how long does Walmart keep their surveillance. That's a top search. People worried if they stealing. How long have you got footage? Walmart typically retains security camera footage for a minimum of 30 days, with many locations keeping it 30 to 90 days before it's overwritten. Retention time's obviously based on storage capacity, store size, and whether an incident is logged. So, 90 days, and then even then you have to wonder. Some people are saying somebody that used to work there says 6 months, that they can go back. So, we've seen this happen in other cases. They will single out a radius of where they want to look. And then, I know that in that case, specifically in the Pike County massacre, they had their officers going to every Walmart in person with, can you pull every purchase of this backpack for the last, 6 months or whatever? And then do you have security footage of each transaction? And it's tedious, but they ended up and found Angela Wagner in Walmart buying the shoes, which were a very distinct treadwear pattern. They were just very cheap Velcro shoes that matched what she was seen buying that she later admitted to buying. So it's going to be a lot. That's where I think that's where you put your sheriff's office investigators on that kind of stuff, and let them go to these Walmarts and see if they can pull video from those days, and then pull footage to see, because it's easy to say, no, that's a woman buying those and she's 5'2", or hey, this person kind of looks like the same build, and when was this bought? It's old-fashioned detective work, y'all. The gumshoes out there, Lori Daybell in the flip-flops, exactly. How much radius is covered around Nancy's home? Any activity at Annie's home? I haven't heard of any activity at Annie's home yesterday. Looks like they maybe did a courtesy visit where they probably got some personal things for them. They were also seen checking her mail, putting that in a box with gloves on. But it wasn't evidence bags, so they're not there, understandably, but it looked like they just probably went and said, "Hey, can you go grab me some more clothes or something?" Because they don't want to come back. They're gonna have cameras in their face, and I get it. I think this person, yeah, Brian Walsh with his child going to get froyo, yeah. Yeah, this is it's used a lot. So there's a lot of things at their disposal that they can do. It's just some of that stuff is very, very time consuming. Um, but hey, investigations take time. This is not CSI. So check this out. We're gonna switch over here for a second. This is another, um no. He found gloves in a porta potty, but these are just like surgical latex gloves on camera. These are more of that thicker, man, gloves in a porta potty in the neighborhood, but these others looked way shinier. I'm gonna share this tab just so you guys can see. Those gloves were definitely shiny. That one has a hole in the thumb area, it looks like. But the latex gloves are way shinier. Just showing who cleaned it. But still, things like this, these are the kind of tips that you don't want to overlook because, like Nancy Guthrie said, doesn't matter where you live. If you see something suspicious, report it in. And just like this YouTuber that was editing her video, they're in that dispersed campground where later Gabby's body was found. She was the break in the case. Beth, I'm not sure. I don't think it's acres. I remember a neighbor saying that most people in that area have around up to an acre. And then we can look at the overhead as well. Pull that up. I have that saved somewhere. Okay. Just looking at the photo from overhead, it's not acres. It might be like close to an acre. Let me ask because my friend Troy pulled the plot. I gotta be careful because I keep wanting to say Nancy, Annie, Savannah. But yeah, a neighbor did say close to an acre. Usually, but I guess some people could have. It is a scary world, Maggie, I tell you what. He pulled the plot, so I should get an answer here soon. Oh, no, he's in a meeting. I think that's in our files. Let me pull it up, though. This is what I love about WebEx. And I'll drop our stuff in here. I have it pulled up here for a septic tank being installed, like the permit for that. That was years ago. Doesn't tell an acreage. Here we go. I got the record map for the entire neighborhood. Let's see here. Yeah, good idea. I can't find it, so I'm gonna go to Zillow. So just sheriff's deputy sitting out there. I'm gonna see if there's any other feeds up right now. Checking to see if there's any live feeds up. Bump his sound up real quick while I do something.
We'll do our thing. This was a neighbor's house yesterday. I filmed some guy pulling up with Colorado plates here, and he had long hair, and he literally was loading his entire vehicle up with boxes, and he left. I think this is just a neighbor that just wants to get out of town, specifically get away.
All right, I'm going to share this tab real quick because I have the she did not have an acre. It was 0.9716.
Take care. Thank you.
So not quite a whole acre for Nancy.
CNN lead says, "Good to meet you."
I'm going to put in this address and do an aerial view.
Going to Annie and Tommaso's home. See what's going on.
Wait just a second. That might not be correct about the acreage. Oh, yeah, no, it is. I got her address. So 0.9. Close.
I still don't know how to get there from here without GPS. I should know that by now. All right, so I don't know if the image here gets a little grainy because I'm farther away, but stand by. We're going to leave here in about 2 minutes.
Okay, so we can do a fly around. This is really cool. All right, so we're going to share this tab real quick. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. Okay, so I'm going to share this tab. This is the information here for the property. And you can see acres there. It's in a revocable trust. A lot of people do the trust, you know, to avoid paying like a lot of inheritance tax and stuff like that. Tax year, yeah, I'm not gonna look into her taxes. That's none of our business. But let me check on my Google. And then let's switch over here just for a second. We can go to a street view. I mean, we've been seeing this, but this is her house right there. And if you look, you know, this is a roundabout driveway. It goes around. I would venture a guess if anybody was parked, it would be on the street. But, you know, did they look for tire treads here? Did they look for footwear impressions in this stuff? You know, did they cast that if they did? I don't know that you would get footwear impressions really on gravel. It would really need to be dirt. But I guess you could. I don't know. I'm not an investigator. I'm just thinking out loud. But, you know, they're walking in dirt and gravel. And so let's do an overhead view. So this is her property here, and not quite an acre. But you see, there's no way anybody carried her through all this stuff. This stuff here, if you've never been to Arizona, and walked in this stuff, it's treacherous. So yeah, you can see there. Okay, Michael Ruiz has a new tweet. It says, new vehicles at center of Nancy Guthrie investigation probed as police canvass for truck and ring footage. So a truck. Interesting. So maybe, you know, maybe something's been caught. Okay, we'll hop back over here. There we go. I'm just doing a few little things in the background. Yeah, the UV rays can degrade DNA for sure, but the glove, you could see that the fingers, when it looks like maybe they just pulled them off and they're inside out. It looks like the tips of the gloves were still inward, which could have protected them from UV rays. And, and if, like I was saying at the very beginning of this, if that mask is related to this case, you think about if there's any hair on their head, facial hair. You got a camera in the mouth. Did he drip saliva? And then you got skin cells. So a lot of potential in that mask if that is truly related to this. It may or may not be, but I mean, I don't see why you'd want to wear a mask in Tucson unless you're up to no good. Because their lows are even in the winter. It can get cold in the desert for sure, but if you're looking at their lows at night, 47, 42. If you've got to wear a ski mask in 42, I understand if you've got a medical condition or something, but you're a little wussy. Yeah, timey. And I think the other thing too is that's important is yesterday. If you think about them finding the gloves, that gives, if it's related, it gives them a route of travel. Did they go left or right onto that main vein out of her neighborhood? Well, it was on North Campbell Avenue. So that gives them a little bit of a direction to maybe canvas um for more video because now they have at least some direction of travel if it's related. Um Trying to look here at something. By the way, when they went back to Annie's and came out with those what looked to be personal bags, they were only in there for 5 minutes. That was nothing. Okay, so sometimes his feed can get choppy, it's there we go. Clear picture. What's up? Yeah, Gabby Petito's dad has spoken out about this case. Maybe that's something we can find. I'm gonna step away for a second. I gotta go do something, but I'll be right back. You can just watch JLR's footage. Go give him a follow for him putting this out.
one guy asked me, he said, "Is that all you wear is media attire?" I said, "Yep. Media shirts, sweatshirts, media hats, media. Even when I'm not working, because you never know where you have to pull out the camera. In the media business, you got to be on 24-hour standby media. All right, so we are approaching Oracle, a road of interest in this case. Investigators going business to business on Oracle, asking about surveillance. Oracle. Oracle. Asking about the surveillance. Where is Nancy? All right, making a left. Oracle Road. That's right, Oracle Road. It says Oracle Road right there. Oracle. Oracle. Oracle.
As opposed to every other abduction, right? Or what about all the missing children who are out there? This case, I've also gotten a lot of questions. Hey, why is the media so focused on this as opposed to every other abduction, right? Or what about all the missing children who are out there? This case is entirely unique. First of all, Savannah Guthrie is a very well-liked for outward-facing journalist. She has gone on her social media multiple times to talk about this case. This is an 84-year-old who was taken from her home in the middle of the night, virtually without a trace, with very little to go on. We are now in day 12 of this investigation. So I know earlier today, Marky asked one of the experts that she had on Morning in America, you know, this glove was sitting out there for 12 days. What's the likelihood that you can actually glean DNA evidence from that glove, right? Great question, but they said there is a way to do this. Additionally, with that video, 10 days, you know, it took so long to get that video. They did not have a subscription, so they had to comb through everything. That video or whoever's coming in, it just, you know, takes the place of the
Hey guys, I've
video.
got
So
this
if you're always
interview
searching
with
through trash files and videos
Gabby
that have
Petito's dad, Joe
discarded because
Petito.
she didn't pay for the subscription. So
Pulled up,
they're
so we're gonna
really
watch
doing
that. I'm
a
just trying to
lot
find
of
where
work
some talk
behind
is
the
coming from
scenes.
on my
What's
thing.
interesting as well in this case is that we're not getting those constant updates anymore. The sheriff came out, he said things
I got
very
something
quickly,
playing and I can't find it.
and we're hearing very
So I just
little
want to
from
see
the
what he has
FBI,
to
Marty.
say.
Jessica, to the point, and I have to make note of this, that, you know, why aren't other missing person cases covered? I mean, this one is high profile and it is unique because of all
Okay,
of the
this is News
circumstances,
Nation.
but News Nation for the last 5 years has covered a missing person case, and those are cases that don't often get enough media attention. We do one a week in our ongoing missing series. So I think every missing person is important and matters, and that's why we continue to make that a priority here.
If I said murder, I apologize. I didn't mean that. I'm not sure. Was that something I said on air? I apologize. Clearly, we don't know that.
Has to do with anything, and why they then released him. Is he clear?
Yeah, great point. And no, he's not necessarily clear, but at this point they didn't have enough to hold him, right? But something had to have led them to him. He's an hour away, Rio Rico, close.
In half a mile, turn right after Circle K.
He says, I'm just a delivery person. Okay, but was he up here in this area? What led them to that man specifically? And they had to have enough information that they were able to obtain a warrant and go into the house, and not just into the house, but busted the door down of the house. So clearly something led to them. But again, we're not hearing more about it. Okay, this isn't the person who's now been released, but did he give them some sort of information that we're not hearing at this point? Everything is being held incredibly close to the vest as this investigation.
After Circle K, turn right onto West Los Lomitas Road.
You constantly highlight these people weekly, that have gone missing. Marty, I'm curious.
In 800 feet, continue straight onto West Ternero Street.
I had to turn my GPS off now, so we know where we're at. Yeah, it was a News Nation report we were listening to. Almost at Tommaso's home, Annie's home, Tommaso's home. This is another key focal point of this investigation. Go look around, see if any FBI go around the neighborhoods today. Matter of fact, before I go up to his house, I'm going to go into the neighborhoods, see if I see anything. So you make a left here, but we'll go from around the other area here. Let's see. Somebody's following me. Here, let me pass and see if they pass. Someone was following me behind me. Utah plates. Dude, they were on me all the way on to like 2, 3.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'm going to play this Joe Petito interview real quick. Let me share this tab. Let's maximize. And I'm going to mute it until we get these commercials because I can get a copyright strike for commercials. Go figure. Here we go.
Tito, as you guys know, Gabby was missing for nearly a month before her case was solved. Joe, thanks so much for joining the program. We continue to hold your family in our thoughts and prayers. We all remember what happened to Gabby. You're in this unique club of victim families. And what is going on with Nancy family? Take us into the room when your daughter was missing and what you were weighing as a family.
To be honest, I don't remember a lot of it. It was because everything was moving so fast. I just hope that they're taking their time and listening to each other and really trying to do what's best, in their situation based on their own feeling and the information they have. Because a lot of outside influence will try to give an opinion or something along those lines. And they're the only ones that have all the information or as much as possible. So I just hope they're listening to what they feel is best.
Joe, can you speak a little bit more about that? How did you keep the faith? Because the search was long and this family is going through the same thing. And you're right, there's a lot of outside voices. Law enforcement can't share with you everything that they're looking at. And you got to let the process play out. But that's hard when your baby girl is missing.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's humbling to see so many people, try and help your family, which is what Savannah's getting right now with her mom, but it's also frustrating because a lot of times the information that's out there, if someone does a bad report and doesn't give accurate information, a lot of the times others will just copy and paste it. And next thing you know, something's out there that is just not true at all. So it can be frustrating times. It can be humbling at the same time, but also scary and sad. You know what I mean? Savannah's, from my understanding, mom needs, some medical, medicine and some care, and that she might not be getting. And that's got to be weighing on them just the same. And that's an absolute shame. My prayers to them, and I hope this ends, with Nancy coming home safe and sound, and whoever did this, behind bars.
Joe, we appreciate you joining the program this morning. Please give your entire family our prayers and regards. Thank you so much.
Yeah, listen, if I could just say one thing too,
Yes, sir.
Because we're talking about the topic of missing people. I'm looking at your site right now, and if you guys could put a missing person link on your website, that'd be absolutely fantastic. I've talked to a few of your producers before. It's still not there. It's something that needs to happen, because again, these are the people that watch your show. And it would do a tremendous help to have a site like yours have a link for missing people.
Roger that, Joe. I'll definitely pass that along to the team. We've been putting that number below our screen through the program, that FBI tip line as well. Joe, thank you so much for joining the program.
Sooner or later, the modern world drives everybody nuts. To counter this thoughtless haste, we at 13th Colony believe that drastic inaction is called for.
Okay, sorry guys, my computer was giving me a slight heart attack. I thought it was. So let's watch this one too. I'm just going to look at some reports right now, see what's going on. I'm monitoring JLR's feed, by the way.
Subject who was there. Help us understand what they may be gathering.
Well, thank you for having me, Marnie. So to your point about measurements, that could be one thing that they are doing, and they just don't want us to get angles of exactly what they're taking pictures of. I think what they could be doing is a lot of times what they do to determine sort of the height and the structure of an individual is they take measurements of known items around it. And so that's what they may be doing around the porch so that they can really build a more comprehensive picture to feed to the public in terms of what this person looks like, how tall they stand, how big their feet may be. So that is one of the things they may be doing there. They also may be trying to photograph blood that we really can't see with the naked eye, to Jessica's point. So I think those are the two things that could be happening.
The other thing that investigatively I remain hung up on is the fact that the crime scene was disrupted, that there was activity outside that door after they cleared the scene and then resealed it. How problematic is that in terms of gathering evidence now?
Yeah, I'm going to be very blunt. So I said from the get-go that this crime scene was released far too early and that never should have happened. But I actually want to just one up that, if I may. I believe that the perimeter is not big enough around this crime scene. I do not, and again, I work for the media, so I understand. I don't think the media should be as close as they are to the home. I mean, heck, didn't we have a pizza delivery to members of the media that were able to get that close? I think it needs to be, quite frankly, at the end of her block, simply because we don't want any of this contaminated. Because if they do find a suspect, which I really hope that they do, we want none of that evidence to be compromised so that it can all be brought into court, it can all be admissible, and can bring this person to justice.
Right. You can hear defense attorneys already saying the scene was tampered with. This is inadmissible in court. I want to ask you about the glove. Jessica said that it was found about a mile away. It's a black kind of latex glove, similar to what we see the subject wearing who comes up to Nancy's door. How skeptical are you of that piece of evidence?
I'm actually not that skeptical. Listen, nitrile gloves are extremely common. We see them really all over, and that's what kind of glove this is. And it's also the kind of glove that I suspect this person could have had on over another layer of gloves. That's where I become a bit suspect about what may be gleaned from it, if it is related to it. It looks to me, in looking at that security camera footage, that this person essentially double gloved. And if they did that, then I guess it makes sense that they felt free enough to sort of discard it on the side of the road if they did, because they may have had another layer underneath.
The other challenge to this investigation, Tracy, is how it has ballooned and how much interest there is. How much of a problem does that become for investigators to sift through now thousands of tips, which they want, but also these notes, these ransom notes or communication coming through email or letter or Bitcoin accounts? How much does that cloud their focus?
Yeah, it becomes a manpower issue, Marnie, and I don't want to say stops up the investigation, but it does a bit, especially if we're looking at some of those not real or fraudulent ransom notes. I think that's where we run into the biggest problem, is because it is time consuming and cumbersome to run all of that down. The FBI and law enforcement has to take every tip seriously. They don't have a choice in the matter. They do have squads that are assigned to that. They do have task force that are assigned to that, but every single one of those takes time. And every time there's a fraudulent one, that is essentially wasting their time that could be spent on the investigation.
And you have to believe too, I mean, Savannah is a lawyer. She's critically smart and probably thinking of every angle, also being advised by the FBI. But how much strategy is behind the posting of videos on social media, whether it's the one Savannah posted by herself, pleading with the public, the ones of the family, or now today, home videos of Nancy Guthrie with her kids from years ago?
So I think that that's a great question. I think there's actually a little less strategy now, to be completely honest. Ever since we saw that video of her essentially pleading to the public, I'm not saying that she's not listening to what the FBI is telling her. I think she absolutely is. But I think we saw in those kind of first 3 videos, they were very contrived and very much under the scaffolding of what the FBI was asking. I think at this point, she is truly just kind of putting videos out there when she feels that it's necessary to.
Yeah, can't even begin to wrap your mind around the emotion and the heartbreak that this family is going through.
Thank you for watching. Lord have mercy. Chris Cuomo gonna give me a heart attack, y'all. Okay, let's see if we can find anything else going on. Let me see if News Nation is live about this because I can play the audio or see if anybody's live. Let's real quick hop over to our X Pro. See if there's any updates coming in from people on the ground. I'm going to refresh, although I think it's okay, Michael Ruiz, one of Nancy Guthrie's neighbors, just presented an alternative explanation for why the man seen on her doorbell camera was looking down when he approached her front door. Although it's not rattlesnake season, people tend to walk with flashlights and look down at the night around here to avoid accidentally stepping on them. Yeah, that would be a kicker, right? Walk up to kidnap somebody, get bit by a rattlesnake, and they find you the next morning. That would have been ideal. This person's gonna be caught. It's not a matter of if, I don't think. It's just, are we gonna be, is it gonna be too late? Just looking through the feeds. I don't know that news site, so we're not gonna click it. They don't ever tweet. They're the ones doing the drone video. So let's look and see if there is anything. Everything live looks to be people that are. All right, we'll go back to. We'll go current with JLR and see where he's at. Okay, so he's at Annie Guthrie's house. Well, let's turn up his audio and see what.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
What do you think?
I think someone did a crime, and the FBI is investigating this crime along with Piedmont County Sheriffs, and they'll get to the bottom of it. I think it absolutely will be solved.
What's all going on here?
Nothing. It's a home of Annie Tommaso. I mean, there's nothing out here. They got a security guard right there that guards the property. Make sure nobody steps on, but I mean, everyone's on a public street, so. Interesting. I'm gonna walk down here pronto, Joe.
Yeah, mind if I hang out with you?
Sure, come on, take a walk with me.
I was trying to
Keep me company. You can be my bodyguard.
You come swing by and get me yesterday, and I would have went with you.
You can be my bodyguard. Just protect me if somebody comes at me, please. Now it's been pretty cool out here. I haven't seen like craziness or anything like that. Sometimes when things happen like this, all wild stuff occurs.
You making new friends out here already?
Friends, I mean, I'm meeting people and everything like that and talking to people, friends. I wouldn't say I like him. I like 857 Tucson. He's on. I like him. I'm going to take him out to dinner when this is all done.
That's my car right there.
Oh, that's your car? Here, your car is on JLR Investigates.
See the stickers from New York?
Oh, you got New York stickers?
You have to have stickers on the front of the window.
All right, so I'm gonna switch over here for a second. Fox 10's just doing something live. They're
Again
Phoenix.
this morning. She has been covering this
Justin Lum's channel
for us for
This is
quite a while.
live,
This is
so
a picture in
we'll watch
front
this for a
of
minute.
Nancy Guthrie's house. Live picture here this morning. And again, they did have that tent out there earlier, and now they have since taken that down. So what were they doing in that tented area?
We don't know yet.
We don't know.
Yeah, I know that they're getting thousands and thousands of tips,
Mhm.
and ever since the information, the video has come out. So we wanted to bring in our next guest to talk a little bit about what could potentially be happening legally, what could be happening. They detain a person of interest, Josh, and then they question this person and they let this person go. Talk a little bit about what detain means.
Yeah, so detain is different than an arrest. When you detain somebody, you need to have what's called reasonable suspicion, and it's a little bit less than a probable cause is what you need for an arrest. So if I give an example, let's say you have a cookie jar and you have you walk downstairs with your wife and you see a bunch of cookies on the ground, and you have 2 kids and 2 dogs, and you know that one of the 4 took the cookies.
Okay.
That's reasonable suspicion.
Okay.
Now, probable cause would be, okay, you come back downstairs, but you only have a 7-year-old son and a 2-year-old daughter. And you come downstairs and you see all the cookies on the ground, and you know that your son has done this before in the same exact manner, but you don't know for certain. But it gives you probable cause to talk to him and read him his Miranda rights.
Gotcha. So the guy basically talked to the media right after, basically saying, I have no idea who Savannah Guthrie is. I don't know what the Today Show is. I've never had any interaction with the Guthrie family. I mean, legally speaking, do you think it was smart for him to talk right after the media, basically saying, look, it wasn't me. I have no idea who these people are or what was going on?
Because whoever detained him, Pinell County Sheriff's Office or FBI, never put his name out. So he is the one who came forward and said it was me.
Well, I think that the media, as savvy as they are, would have found out who he is anyway. There's media camped around the entire city of Tucson right now. And I think that if you're clearly innocent, it may be better to get ahead of the story. Because if you don't, the public perception is going to be, well, what is this guy hiding?
Sure.
So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, unless he does have something that he's hiding.
Yeah. Josh, you mentioned something I think is so interesting to point out. It has been 1 week since we have heard anything from any officials from the FBI or from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. If you look on Twitter, you look on Facebook, you look on any social media, there are just
countless number of videos.
Well, people are kind of jumping to conclusions.
Sure.
I saw something it was at next to Annie Guthrie's house. They're like, look at this person. They are moving boxes from inside their house to outside. It's like, what if they're just moving? What if they're doing spring cleaning? Like, I feel like it's kind of at a fever pitch where I feel like maybe they need to come in and say, look, this is what we're still working on. This is who we've ruled out. What do you think?
We also, if I can add to that, have a lot of those people on social media saying it's not adding up.
Exactly. And, I think that you kind of have to look at what's happened in historical context. So, there have been a number of what's called KNR kidnappings. That's kidnapping and ransom situations over the last century. You have one group, which is purely based on a motive for money. And that would include Frank Sinatra Jr., the Getty family, and the Lindenberg baby. And in those 3 situations, it was formulaic, where the kidnappers contacted directly the family, and they were able to build up rapport and exchange money for the hostage. Then you have the other situation, which is done either for ideology or for a spectacle. And I think of JonBenet Ramsey. The JonBenet Ramsey case, you had a note that really took the attention away from everything, and it was the spectacle itself. And here you have 2 notes that were sent to not the family, but the media. And you have to ask yourself, well, why would they do that? Well, they want it in the media. They want that to be the story. It doesn't follow the formula of being purely monetary based. Now, I know another thing to point out is that, the first 10 days, everybody was certain this was a professional job. And then everything changed when we saw the video of that doofus looking guy who seemed like he was a caricature, almost like a parody. And the issue I have with it is this: if we really do believe that it was a professional job, and there's a lot of reasons to think that they didn't leave any evidence, they haven't been caught, it looks professional. Well, wouldn't it be in the professional's back pocket to try to deceive us by having some doofus-looking bad guy out there, make it look like he's not military, he's not this, he's not that? So it kind of narrows the investigation. If you're certain that it's not professional, you're going to stop looking at professional people. Also, why are we calling this a kidnapping? We don't know that she wasn't murdered in her house. When you call it kidnapping, you narrow the focus of your investigation. You're attributing motive when we don't know the motive. We have no idea whether she was actually kidnapped, whether the notes were real, or unfortunately, if she was murdered in her house.
Let's talk about this surveillance video, because this obviously made a big splash and brought a lot of new attention to the case. So many people are making so many speculations about this surveillance video. What does it mean for the investigation and a potential suspect or suspects? Because now they think they're looking for that person.
Yeah. So you can look at it in two ways. One, that this person is not acting with the intent to deceive. And if this video is real, it's pretty fair to say that this is probably not a professional job. If you look at the location of his firearm, it's right above his crotch area. And
who does that?
Yeah, especially every man I can speak with experience is going to protect that area, and you just don't do that.
My photographer and I were in the car, and we were literally talking about that. He said no man in the world would carry his weapon that way.
No, even a layman you would think wouldn't.
Put in his pocket.
Yeah, or on the side or something like that. Especially going to a tactical situation inside of a house. And if you look at the gloves, they're so bulky that you wouldn't be able to get your fingers around the trigger. So, I mean, again, it looks very amateur the way he's doing this, and ill-prepared. You didn't bring duct tape or any type of tape to put over the camera itself. But then you can also, one thing that I really liked about this video is that you can tell the body type and the height and the width of the person approximately, because you can measure the archway and then kind of zoom in and see about how big he is, maybe the eyes. But that's about it. Obviously the clothing you can identify as well, which could be helpful if you find it later on.
Josh, I wanted to ask you about the other note that was sent to TMZ. Was it yesterday? Now, my days are all mixing together. The letter basically sounded like an extortion letter almost. I would imagine that if FBI can track that person down, they're probably looking at potential charges, right?
Yeah, the issue with that letter, and this was somebody who says they know who did it, and they want one single Bitcoin.
$65,000.
Yeah, I'm going to direct their attention to Silent Witness. There's a $50,000 reward.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
But could that be because if you call and Silent Witness says you remain anonymous, are they afraid they won't remain anonymous?
Oh, they wouldn't. Silent Witness isn't silent. It just means that you don't have to testify if you don't want to. And even that isn't ironclad. So there is that issue. So maybe the person does want to remain anonymous, but with Bitcoin, it's just, you can trace from one wallet to another how much was sent and who potentially it's going to at some point or another. Like in this case, that's one of the red flags that I saw with the supposed ransom demands, was that they wanted Bitcoin as opposed to some other monetary measure, because you can see where it's going to, like, let's say wallet B from wallet A. And if wallet B ever spends that Bitcoin anywhere else, you can see which wallet goes to. So you can trace the money, and eventually the money will go to a wallet that is publicly known, and you can then identify who wallet B is. And the FBI does this all the time. So it doesn't seem like the currency that you'd want to use. There are other cryptocurrencies that are much better than Bitcoin if you want to remain anonymous.
We've got about 3 minutes left. I kind of wanted to sum this all up. I mean, I just watched a documentary about the Elizabeth Smart abduction, and it seemed like law enforcement were so quick. They wanted to try and get someone and basically tie it up in a bow. You mentioned the John Benet Ramsey, kind of the same thing. It was kind of like a rush job to have a bow on it, to be like, it's over and done with. Do you feel that the Pima County Sheriff's Office and maybe even the FBI are feeling pressure from the media and the community?
Oh, without a doubt. And think of this case as, I think, more similar to the Bryant Kohberger case in Idaho, where, we were all kind of thinking, the Idaho Police Department is, not doing this and not
they're
doing that.
screwing up the investigation.
Yeah, and we were, micromanaging, or at least, playing money morning quarterback every single day. Why is the Pima County Sheriff going to the U of A basketball game? But in reality, the Idaho Police Department was, doing a very good job.
Sure.
And they were working hand in hand with the FBI and eventually caught Brian Kohberger. And I really hope that's what's going on behind the scenes here.
Yeah.
Now, we have, some of the best people in the FBI work in this case. We have the CERT unit, C-E-R-T. These guys have masters and doctorate degrees in electrical engineering, and they know how to look at the digital data like nobody else in the world. And if there's any digital trace that these kidnappers or killers left, the FBI is going to find it.
Do you think that
actually it's interesting? So, with the Google stuff. So Nancy Guthrie had a Google Nest camera, but she didn't subscribe to keeping it. But apparently Google still keeps all the data anyway.
Which is also
note to the user or the audience.
Yeah.
And so the CERT team from the FBI went in with a subpoena and got all of the data from Google, and we're able to pinpoint the exact footage that is necessary to catch the guys. It's really amazing what they were able to do with the data.
Great. We'll have you on again, I'm sure, to be talking about this and hopefully more developments and even a solution to all of this.
Yeah, we appreciate your time. It's always nice to just bounce
it really
questions
is. It's
off of someone that knows.
Thank you so much, Josh.
Sure, thanks, guys.
All right, quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes, you guys.
Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm just looking for any updates that I see. I'm also trying to find something that's live, like a news station. I can put the audio from YouTube TV up. I can't show the video; it blacks it out. And if we don't hear much here in the next bit, I might end the live and I'll come back if something crazy happens. But I'm looking at, let's see here. I know it. Let's see. This is live. Let me know if you guys can hear this well, no, it's going to show it. All right, we'll watch this.
Is there anything else that you would like to see as part of this investigation that, could be happening? Again, we don't know everything, but there are some things that you definitely would like to see that you haven't so far?
Well, actually, I think what they're doing, I like what they're doing. I like that they keep going back to the houses. I know people are like, why do they keep going back there? But what they're doing is they're looking for a small piece of evidence there, something this guy might have dropped or something that has his DNA or a piece of fabric, or if he brushed up against a cactus when he was going around the side of the house and it could have scraped him and it collected DNA, because that's what they got to get. And if he's in CODIS, if his DNA is in CODIS, then they'll know who it is right away. So I like that they're doing that. I like that they're out, searching alongside the roads for discarded items, and hopefully they have other teams, including by air, that are, searching for her that are just more discreet than that we're not seeing, on the public level.
What do you think it's going to take to crack this case? So many people, we can't even imagine what that family is going through right now. But so many people cannot believe this has gone on now 12 days.
It's the video. Get the surveillance out. We've seen them do like in the Tyler Robinson case and whatnot. You put it out, and it's amazing how quick it works. It's like an Amber Alert. You throw all the information out there, and let the public help you, because this is. I understand you gotta preserve the case and stuff, but she could still be alive, and so that's more important right now. So I would say get more video out there. Maybe there's an angle where somebody to say, "Oh, I know who that is now." And if they have more, they got to put it out. It's 12 days. We got to do everything we can right now, because she could still be alive.
Yeah, we want to bring her home. All right, Steve Fisher, really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, make sure to watch this Saturday live special coverage of this case. Brian Enton is on the ground in Tucson. He has the latest on the search for Nancy Guthrie. Our special coverage starts at 8 Eastern here on News Nation. Well, next, we are standing by for President Trump's announcement.
Okay, so I'm going to go through some of the other news stations here on YouTube TV and see if we can find another station that might be talking about it. I was on Jesse's show last night with Joel from Surviving the Survivor. Had a great time. I'm going to tell you right now, Jesse is literally one of the biggest sweethearts I've ever met in my entire life. That dude is just, he's such a good one. So I'm just scrolling through here to see if anybody's talking about it. Doesn't look like it. So let's switch over to X Pro. They did show this update here. New timeline for the video request. That is the January 11th, which is curious to me. So what have they found out that's pointing them towards January 11th? A little under 3 weeks, I believe, before she was abducted. 9 p.m. and midnight on January 11th. And then Saturday, January 31st, between 9:30 and 11, suspicious vehicle on Via Entrada around 10 a.m. Check your recordings before they're overwritten, that kind of thing. So if you're just coming in, what we're doing is we're just following the news as it comes out. So what I like to do, this is kind of my comfort zone, is to just hop all over the internet and try to find new information. So that way you don't have to sit back, chill, chat. And that way you're not like refreshing pages or going on a scavenger hunt. That's the best way to explain what I'm doing. So it's very off the cuff and not organized. And y'all know that by now, but I appreciate you guys being here. And also, if you're just coming in, a jury has been seated for Corey Richens, which is great news. They had a week set aside, I believe, for jury selection, but they had their panel on day one, which is pretty amazing. And so, yeah, openings February 23rd. I will be going out there most likely on the 22nd. I'm going to fly out that day. Although, sometimes I like to go a couple of days before. For example, when they had the memorial for JJ and Tylee in Rexburg? I was supposed to be there. And my flight got canceled. And there were no other flights to get me there before it started. So now I'm paranoid because I want to make sure I get there, and I missed the memorial. I was able to watch online, but I would have loved to have been there in person. Yeah, so I get a little News Nation is going to come back in just a second here with a new lead. So we will switch to that. Yeah, so thanks for bearing with me. I'm just trying to bring it to y'all. And I would be doing this on my own anyway. New lead. Yeah, well, I wouldn't go too big into that right now. The new lead could be the gloves, the mask, this new video surveillance. Although looking at this video surveillance, I'm telling you, the body type is different unless, somebody changed their clothes.
Better than expected.
Okay, January job reports, but we should be coming up on Guthrie here in a minute. But yeah, this is kind of how I roll. I wish I could post a picture. Maybe I could of my setup here. I have 3 computers and an iPad and my phone. It's like mission control. Juliana sentencing tomorrow. Good question. I need to find out. I will be live streaming that, by the way. And then I'll be live streaming Corey Richens every day, most likely. The first week I'm out there, I'll just do one update. It may be late in the evening. But when I'm home, I'll do the morning recap in the afternoon. It's a little way I figured out that keeps me from being up till 2 a.m. sometimes. The thing I hate about traveling, though, is the Wi-Fi. I'm wired here at home, and even sometimes it's not good enough. But Airbnbs and hotels, the Wi-Fi is horrible. So during Murdaugh, for example, I would try to upload my recap for that day. And it would creep and crawl along, and then it would be 2 a.m. and I would be at 98% and it would fail. And I'd have to start all over. So I was like working on 2 hours sleep most of Murdaugh's trial. That hearing was yesterday. I have that up on my my YouTube. I haven't watched all of it yet, and I'll do a recap on that at some point, maybe over the weekend. It's going to be months before we know a decision. And let's just say, for giggles, he gets a new trial. It could be years before that ever goes back in a courtroom. So, not urgent stuff right now. You know, I'm so invested in this, and y'all know how much I love my Grammy. And I just think of her. We were talking about being scared, being alone at home, and she lived alone till she was 91 before she came to live with me. And one night we were laying in the bed talking about being home, and when my kids are all gone, because they're 2018 and 14, which means, you know, a lot of times I'm empty house. She said, do you ever get scared being at home alone? And I was like, not really. I got my gun, I got surveillance, I got dogs. I said, what about you? And she said, I was every night, every noise. And that broke my heart, you know? To think that she was, you know, scared at night and she wouldn't tell us. And there was one time, y'all, I woke up, and so we had her on Life 360, and it's really cool because you can zoom in and see really what room in the house somebody's in. You're lucky it'll kind of pinpoint. It looked like she was halfway from the bathroom to her bed. And a couple of years ago, she called me at 7:15 and she had fallen in the bathroom. And bless her heart, it took her an hour to scoot over. I'm gonna monitor this, but we're gonna click off of that right now because it's not relevant. And she said, "Hey, I took a tumble. It took me an hour to get to the bed to call you." And then she was like, "I waited because it was early." Bless her heart. She didn't want to wake me up. She's on the floor. But there have been times where I've seen her little pinpoint halfway between the bathroom and her bed. And so one night at like 1 o'clock, I woke up and saw it was just right there in the middle of the floor. And I called, texted, couldn't get her. So I went to her house in the middle of the night and let myself in because I had a key. And I go back to her bedroom, and she must have heard me come in. So she was a little, but I was saying, Grammy, it's me. I don't think she heard me because her hearing kind of got bad the last couple of years, worse in the last year. But she was laying there with her eyes closed, and then she wakes up and I'm standing over her bed, and she like balled up her little fist with her little, bless her heart, with her little arthritic hands. My mom's coming in to bring me some chicken. Mom, come say hey to everybody. We're not on camera, but say hey.
Hey.
Mama's here.
Hey, alibars.
As Mama, she brought me some chicken. I said I needed lunch, and she comes running. Yeah, so we're just monitoring everything.
I've been listening.
I know you have. Y'all, every time I would do like they're at commercial, by the way, on News Nation. Every time I would do, you know, something on TV, I do it here in my studio. Grammy would be in her bedroom here. I would walk in as soon as I was done, and she always said, "You look good and you sounded good." So last night I had to call Mom. I was like, "Did I sound okay?"
Of course, always.
I miss her.
Yes.
We miss her, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
She was a
I
bird.
didn't bring you no chicken.
Oh, Parker says, "Good job, Mama. Gigi's a gem."
Yes, she is.
Yeah, I got good parents. Couldn't have asked for better folks to raise me. Dad's hurt his knee, took a little tumble in the ice, and so he had not rotator cuff. He had his medial meniscus repaired last year, and he's hobbling. So
he's going to the doctor tomorrow.
But they're going on a cruise next month for Mom sounds just like Dolly. Yeah, we're Southern.
Very Southern.
They go on a rock and romance cruise every year. It's like Foreigner, you know, really good bands and Jefferson Airplane, Starship, whatever they are now. And they've made buddies with all the bands, and they follow each other on, you know, social media. She's good friends with James Taylor's sister. What's her name?
Hold on. I'm blank. Hold on.
Is it
Kate?
Kate Taylor. She's friends with James Taylor's sister, Kate, that she met. I can't tell you how often I think of your Grammy. Thanks, Eileen.
Thank you.
Yeah, we miss her.
So many things remind us of her.
Yeah. We're in Greenville, South Carolina, upstate, but mom and dad have a house at Myrtle Beach. Are y'all going down before your cruise?
Yes. Got to. My bathing suits are there.
Oh, there you go. Mama's got to get her bathing suits before her cruise. And then
Yes.
Sarah Rose is going to be in that pageant. Lord help me, y'all. We got to go look for dresses this weekend. I said, I'm going to have to end up in sell feet pictures. I'm going to have to get these dogs worked on, though. I'm kidding y'all. She is always with us. And I tell you, we find bobby pins everywhere, which she always had, in places they shouldn't be.
Yes. Found one yesterday.
Pink sunsets. Her favorite color was pink.
Blinking lights.
Blinking lights, like lights that are just blinking really fast. We see those everywhere now. In fact, the night of
Yep.
her viewing,
Yep.
we came home and I rounded the corner and mom's front porch light. Mom had left the mortuary and said, Mom, send me a sign, please. And so they were home and I round the corner. I'll have to post this video on YouTube. It's very weird. Her front porch light was flashing off and on. And you can see orbs and like the grass was glowing. It was crazy. Let's see what they're saying here. No, still nothing on Nancy Grace. So blinking lights are a big thing with us. Pink sunsets.
Bobby pin.
Bobby pins. Thanks to everybody who's joined or gifted memberships. Appreciate you guys. Couldn't do what I do without you. Thank you, Catherine. My dog's trying to sniff the chicken.
Nope.
Grandma, they ain't gonna leave. Look, River doubled down. He's done laid down. Audra's here, Mom.
Audra, our crime con daughter.
Yeah, they go on cruises every year. They have a blast. Like, what other bands are coming this year?
Ambrosia, our favorite.
Yeah, Ambrosia's got some good songs.
Yes. They're bringing Walter Egan, Magnet and Steel.
Mm-hmm.
We're having
Is Foreigner there this year?
no Foreigner, no, but Lou Graham, who is the original member of Foreigner, he's going to be there, and that is my first time to see him. Now I love Foreigner. I love our Foreigner. In fact, we got a cute little story about Foreigner. We were out watching War one night by the pool.
Thank you, Emily.
And what is his name? The guitarist. He was standing beside us where my husband looks, Gigi's dad, on the ground, and there's his room key. And Jim picks up the room key and taps him on the shoulder. He's the one with the blonde curly hair. And taps him on the shoulder, said, I found your room key. And he looks at him and he says, how did you get my room key? And Jim said, it dropped out of your pocket. And so he handed it to him. Right instantly, they become buddies. He hugged Jim. Thank you so much. Anybody could have went and got anything on my room key. And then he comes over and we get our pictures took with him. And that night we was going to our room and we passed the Martini Bar. The Martini Bar is very popular for the band members. And we sit around there and just talk. And it's about 1 o'clock in the morning and we see him and he comes over to us and hugs us and says, did y'all come to the show tonight? And we said, no, we come tomorrow night. You have gold night and you have silver night, and we're silver because it's late showtime. And he said, I'll give you some things. Well, I was sitting out in the audience. I was on the second row that night. We usually try to get front row. And he tosses me a guitar pick. Well, a man behind me grabs it and in the air. And so his name's Bruce Watson. That's who it is. That's the guitarist I'm talking about. Well, anyway, Bruce sees that I didn't get my room key.
Your guitar pick.
No, my guitar pick. I'm sorry, I'm not getting his room key. That's right.
We're going to start some rumors on you, Mama.
Okay. And anyway, he goes back to his stand and they play him the next song. And before you know it, I've got 6 guitar picks thrown at me, and I get a few of them, and I give my friend 1 or 2. And we see him at the bar that night, and he said, I just want to make sure you got your picks. I said, yeah. And he handed me set list, and what else do we get from them? We got the set list and something else he give us.
She collects guitar picks. We
Yeah.
got one for Three Dog Night too. Or you got a drumstick when we went and saw Three Dog Night.
No, that was Doobie Brothers.
Oh, the Doobie Brothers.
Yeah.
Look, Greenville too. Greer, neighbor.
Hey,
Yeah, warm weather. I'm
local.
gonna open my windows and get this winter funk out my house today.
But anyway, he give us all that, and
They
I
have
hadn't
fun.
yeah, we have so much fun. It is a week of, we have 50 concerts in 1 week. We're on Celebrities Silhouette this year. We're on a newer ship. So we'll have fun. We bring our 2 friends, and we have made lifetime friends.
Yeah.
This will be I think our 8th in a row. We don't even cruise no more except for that because it's so much.
Yep. I don't do cruises. Norovirus everywhere. And
Nah, I only got it one time.
only one time. That would be enough for me.
Come home the next day.
This
and-
chicken is so flipping good.
Yes, it is.
50 concerts in 1 week. I would
Yes.
go if I just didn't hate cruises.
This year we have Alan Parsons.
Ooh.
We have Ambrosia.
Alan
Walker.
Parsons. They have such good songs.
Yeah. And then Lou Graham's coming from Foreigner.
Hey, Kimberly, our cousin. Hey, Kimbo.
Hey, Kimby. Hey, Kimberly.
That's my cousin, y'all.
That's my niece.
She makes me laugh so hard.
You're going to have to come and see us.
Yes, girl. We need a hang sesh.
Yes.
What cruise line is it, Mom?
Celebrity Summit. No, that's been our other ship. Celebrity Silhouette, but we have to go through Star Vista.
Yeah.
They charter the whole ship for the whole week, and it's just family. That's all I can say. We're all family all over the United States.
Yeah, they've made some friends out in Arizona, actually. You should reach out. They're Phoenix, though, right? Right outside of Phoenix.
No,
or Tucson.
Tucson.
Well, that's where this is. You should
Yeah, I'll call them tonight and see.
tell them to give me
what's
some
up.
intel. But it's called the Rock and Romance Cruise. They have a lot. They have like 80s themed. So it's a lot of your 80s, artists
Bands.
that come out and do this stuff. It's really cool. I mean, if you want some bang for your buck,
We're 70s.
I don't hate cruising. I just like after watching these YouTube videos of people on cruises where these huge waves hit their boat and like norovirus and stuff like that. Look, if I had a cruise to go on that was nice, I would go. I'm not saying I wouldn't.
Oh, America's going to be on board.
Ooh, America's great.
Yeah,
I love America. I don't know what they were smoking when they wrote Ventura Highway. Isn't that one like lizards in the air?
Mm-hmm. Tell me about. Well, let me tell you a story.
Oh, she settled in, y'all.
One day, our day America come on board with us. We went out on the balcony before we started sailing, and we looked down, and there's a suite right to the side of us. And I told Jim, I said, "Is that Jerry from America?" And he's out taking photographs. Wherever he is, he takes photographs. And he said, "Yeah, well, we were fixing to go to the concert, and Jim had his America T-shirt on." And so he hollers and he says, "Hey, Jerry." He said, "Look at here." And Jim pulls out his shirt, makes him look at the shirt, points at his shirt and say, "Look what I got on." Well, Jerry tells him, "Hold on, hold on." So he runs back in his cabin and comes out with a camera and starts taking pictures of Jim in his America T-shirt. I think that's cool.
Which I got for him for Christmas because
You
I'm a good
did?
daughter.
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to take it back this year. But it's autographed.
Yeah.
We get to meet everybody and get autographs and pictures with them.
Yeah, we've had a pretty cool little life. We knew a
have
lot of
had a
the
very good life.
people from like Days of Our Lives for our whole life. And Arlene Sorkin, who recently passed, we were good friends with her, and she was the inspiration for Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
There would be no Harley Quinn without her. And the last time I went and visited her, her husband created Modern Family and Frasier. And she would always send my son Mason this like exclusive stuff because she was the voice of Harley Quinn on the original animated Batman series, which had Mark Hamill from Star Wars as the Joker. And she would send these just exclusive things to my son that were autographed, and we've kept those safe. But a good human. We've kept up with them for decades. But she passed away last year from MS. Just a horrible. But if you watch Days of Our Lives, she played Calliope.
Yeah.
I'll have to post some pictures. I'll show you. For those of you who watch Days of Our Lives, that's Arlene Sorkin there. And just a great human. We miss her. We need to get in touch with her mom. We need to find Joyce and see what
Joyce,
she's.
if you're on there, please call
I
us.
know. She sent me the sweetest letter not too long ago where she said she was thinking of us, and she said it's been such a nice blessing to see you go from a little 8-year-old to a grown woman. Just good people. And actually, Arlene's dad wrote a book called Something the Lord Made. It is not a well-known movie. It has Alan Rickman, who is my favorite actor of all time. But Something the Lord Made is a true story about a doctor at Johns Hopkins, and they're trying to cure blue baby syndrome, back in the day. And there is a janitor, and this is a true story. He's just smart, and he starts working with this doctor, and in the end starts performing surgeries with him. I mean, that's how smart this guy is. And people in the field did not want to bring him into the fold. It was, I believe the 60s, and things like that. But it is just an inspiring story, but it also goes to show you don't count people out because of their jobs. It's like this guy was a janitor, and he ended up being part of the most groundbreaking stuff when it came to blue baby syndrome. And if it weren't for these two men, we would have lost a lot more kids. So her dad was a dentist who was inspired by the story and wrote the screenplay, and it was eventually made.
He sent us a copy.
Yeah, they did. They sent us a copy of it.
Did I
But
hear Rock and Romance Cruise?
oh, Papa's in here.
Papa's in the house.
Dad's in here.
Hey, guys.
Audra's in here, Dad.
Audra?
Yep, Audra watched her as
Hey,
Calliope.
Audra.
Yeah, Calliope. So
Yeah,
I have
that's her.
so many pictures with her. So what do y'all think about this case? Okay, now that you're here, I'm going to interview you right here.
No, honestly,
Yeah. I mean, don't say who you think might have done it, but
Oh,
like,
okay.
do you feel like, do you think that we're going to have a resolution soon?
yes,
Your opinion? I think they're onto something.
yes,
Um,
yes.
Oh, Kimberly's in here. She says, "Hey, Uncle Jimmy."
Hey. And hey, I think this is a wild goose chase. I think somebody is playing law enforcement,
What, planting stuff?
planning stuff. Yeah.
No, they DNA testing.
Sitting stuff out there that they had nothing to do with the crime, but are just throwing tracers out there just to keep people busy.
Yeah, maybe. You never know. Let's hope not, because we got to find this woman.
Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking, y'all. Can you imagine what it's like to have a family member missing? I was thinking about when they go to sleep and then they wake up, you have that split second before reality hits. And it's like, it's a nightmare. We're on day 12.
Yeah.
Another delightful accent. Yeah.
Tell about how we talk.
Yeah. So, Audra, how we met Arlene was my parents helped run celebrity softball here in Greenville, which lasted for many, many years.
We worked on it 14 years.
14 years, where we would bring Days of Our Live stars to town for a charity event over the weekend. We would have like a dance party. We would have like a meet and greet, a cast party, which was like all the cast was on stage. It was a Q&A.
And the ball game.
And then we had the ball game. And so we would literally, even though we lived 5 minutes away, we would spend the weekend in the hotel with them on the same floor. And, I can't tell you how many times I hopped in my car with one of them and we would go eat at the Waffle House or something. But we all kept in touch over the years. And so some of them we did, and Arlene was one we kept in touch with over the years. Just a great person. Thank you, Emily Ross, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Walterboro, living in North Carolina. I miss the Low Country. It's beautiful down there. If Murdoch gets a new trial, it's going to be years, though. Audra, that is so cool, Gigi. Yeah. So Arlene would send me stuff over the years, and they're just good people. And we hated to hear that she passed, but she also, one little unknown fact about her, if you watched Frasier, her husband created that as well. And she would come on as some of the callers. And she would, do different voices. She did a lot of those voices. Her husband also wrote for the Golden Girls.
Something. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was associated.
He's done a lot.
Yeah.
But he created Modern Family, which was huge. So when the last time we were out there, I took Mason on a mom-son trip and got pictures of him holding the Emmys and stuff, and just great people. And y'all went to the set and watched them film.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we went to their son's bar mitzvah. Arlene sent us a invitation to come out, so Pat and I flew out and spent the week out there, and it was nonstop. And when we went to the bar mitzvah, you would have thought you were at the Emmys. There was more stars there than you could shake a stick at, and we sit at the head table with the family. And what was so ironic and funny, people was looking at Pat and I like, who are these people? Never seen them before. And there was one guy, Pat, you probably know who it was when we were sitting outside. He kept leaning and looking over, trying to figure out who I was. Like, do I know this guy or not?
He's on TV now. He was on Wings.
Let's look it up.
Cool time out there, though. It was wild.
We went to a private brunch with the family.
Yeah, and that was Robert Redford's daughter and granddaughter, and I sit down at the piano with the granddaughter of
Stephen
Robert
Weber.
Redford, and was pecking on the piano with her.
Weber.
Yeah, Weber.
Yeah.
Stephen Weber.
Yeah.
It's almost like Dad reminded him of somebody. He
Yeah.
was staring him down.
And he performed that night.
Yeah. So yeah, little connections here and there.
We've been with stars all our life.
We have, and
Yeah.
so I don't get
In
starstruck.
fact, Papa Jim right here was in a movie. He's been in 2 movies. One of them was with
George Clooney and Renee
Renee
Zellweger
Zellweger.
in Leatherheads.
yeah. And Gigi bought her daddy a leatherhead helmet for his birthday when he was filming. Well, I found out George and Renee were staying at downtown at the Poinsett Hotel. So I get that Leatherheads helmet, and there's a news conference. Well, there's George and Renee, and I'm just wondering if they're going to come around. I had my pen and helmet ready, but here they come, and I got it autographed. Finally got to meet who I wanted. He was number 1 on my list. And going and seeing Paul McCartney was number 2, but I got to meet him.
We did.
I told him about Jim being in a scene with him. He's in a scene where George is proposing to Renee in Leatherheads, and they get Jim to you unless you know Jim and how he walks, you would never know who he was. But there goes Jim right behind George and Renee in that movie.
We practiced that scene probably 30 times, and it kept going. George would say, "And what? Get married?" Oh gosh, it was cut, then go back and forth, back and forth. They would take the little feather hat off of Renee, do her hair, and I'm sitting there thinking, why take her hat off to do her hair? Just leave the hat on, But that's the way they do it in Hollywood. And as a matter of fact, she actually asked me would I like to go to Devereaux's and have a drink that evening. And I looked, and everybody looked at me, and of course I'm married, I can't do that, but hey, nice gesture anyway, girl.
Yep. And then I was on season 3 of Stranger Things.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull up my pictures since there's nothing happening. I'll show you guys my 80s look, which is crazy because it's way too accurate. Let me see if I can find these photos.
Audrey, you coming to Crime Con?
I hope so.
Vegas, baby. I got us tickets to go see The Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. Why can't I log in? I always forget my passwords, and then I go to change my password, and it's like, you can't use your password. Your previous, I'm like, what? All right, so let's look at our feeds here, see if anything's new. It seems to be really quiet now. They're going back and working on this, what you call it? Y'all sure not from Kentucky. No, we're from Greenville, South Carolina. I wish y'all could have heard Grammy talk. We're going to go rinse the clothes. Rinse your clothes. Rinse your dishes. So let's see on X Pro what, yeah, there's just not much going on, y'all. So I'm kind of thinking, should I end the live? If you guys want to hang, we can leave it open. I'm here all day, y'all. Clearly he was, because he busted up in here.
I heard you talking and I couldn't find you nowhere. And then I heard Jennifer. I said, I know where they're at.
Yep.
Yeah, not much going on. At least from the people on the ground. Let me hop over and see if JLR's got anything going on. Looks like just a still shot outside. Looks like Annie Guthrie's, but there's some I'm trying to log into my personal. I don't remember my password because I always just keep we'll see. We'll switch over to JLR's feed real quick while I look for this. Share that tab and let you guys see. I don't know that there's any talking going on. I want to get this Instagram pulled up. You guys are gonna die when you see what they did to my
Let me tell
hair.
them another.
Oh Lord, y'all, they staying. I need to pull up a chair. Oh, TMZ has received a new message.
I'll tell this.
Let's see what we got here. All right, I'm going to share this tab real quick. TMZ has received another email who claims to know the identity of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and the words are chilling. As we reported, TMZ received an email Wednesday asking for 1 Bitcoin in return for the name of the kidnapper, a single Bitcoin currently worth around $65,000. We monitored the account all day, but nothing was deposited. Just after 8 a.m. Pacific, so that would have been 11 a.m. Eastern today, TMZ received a second email from the same person who complained, "I'm not being taken seriously." He makes some ominous statements in the email. TMZ is cooperating with law enforcement by not disclosing specifics. One thing he makes clear, the situation has changed from Wednesday to Thursday. As for why he wants Bitcoin, he says he will need money to lay low after identifying the kidnapper for fear of retaliation. He also worries he might be incriminated like that Carlos guy, the guy that was detained and released. He ends by saying this is his final attempt to help. And as of this post, no money or Bitcoin has been deposited into the account. So here's the thing for me, we're not getting any news updates from officials. So speculation all over the place. It seems to me like if these things are discredited quickly as not being valid, we would hear it because you would say, look, we've looked into this. We don't think this is valid. It makes you wonder, but at the same time, you're extorting somebody when you could take the $16,000 hit and call the FBI and get the $50,000 reward if you're right and not risk a bunch of felonies. So I'm just putting that out there. What do you guys? Yeah, people are opportunists. Nutcase fraud. Yeah, somebody that's gonna somebody's just gonna eventually get caught, just like that dude from LA. Yeah, because they can monitor. Apparently you can anybody can go look at these Bitcoin addresses to see if anybody is in that account. This picture here for me, you really get a good shot of the lips. This is not somebody with really full lips. I don't think. It looks like they're kind of thin. And then I always look right there. He's got a little patch where he can't grow. Right above the Cupid's bow, it's bare. I just try to look at little details, but can y'all imagine seeing that? Oh my gosh. It's so creepy. I'm just monitoring. We'll go back to JLR. See, he's on the move again. But anyways, yeah, so I'm still trying to thank you so much, Jenny. I appreciate you. Couldn't do what I love without all y'all. Thanks to all the new members that have come in. A lot of people talking about the placement of that gun. Kind of dumb. Could lose the jewels if something went off. But yeah, I'm not seeing much going on right now, y'all. For now, we'll keep this feed up though. Trying to find my password. Where me and passwords, we don't get along. Okay. New statement. A statement from Pima County expected soon per ABC 15. So we will wait on that. I'm going to refresh the feed while y'all watch this and see if we get anything. They're probably going to say the investigation is ongoing. There are no new suspects or persons of interest. Wait for it. Yeah, nothing new from anybody. Brian Hinton hasn't posted in 2 hours, but Brian's also out there probably chasing down some leads. Yeah, I highly recommend. In fact, I'm going to drop that link in the comments. It's very interesting to watch that interview from last night about, yeah, this is it. He's in the car with this guy where, I mean, this dude clearly had some beef with that sheriff, saying this ain't the first time he's interfered and his ego gets in the way. So there you go. There's that. He seems to be Russian. Let's see if he's saying anything.
The exact spot where the glove was found, because we didn't go there yet. Hold on, I'm going to put it in GPS. Show you where the glove was found. Because Fox posted the actual address where the glove was found.
Okay, so he's going to go see where the glove was found. That was on North Campbell Road. Yeah, and the thing too, a lot of people are trying to say something about the eyebrows. For me personally, I can't tell if this is an eyebrow or not. It could be a shadow. It's hard to tell in the dark. So 20 hours ago an update, not new. Brian Hinton investigates, updated today. So let's see what he's got out there today. This guy, y'all need to watch this, mom and dad. This guy just full of good insight. He's also got this one guy coming on who used to be an investigator, and he's just great. Like, he's so easy to listen to, kind of a skinny dude. Let's see if he did a short. Okay, so we're going to switch over to Brian Hinton real quick and look at his new short that's just come out. So here, hang on, I got to turn the volume up. We'll go back and then we'll expand so we can see all of it.
Hey guys, so a couple of developments here from Tucson. It's Thursday morning. I'm getting my days all mixed up. And I'll get video for you guys later because I have video of a lot of this. But first of all, a tent did go up outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, right in the doorway where we were able to capture the video early on of the blood on the doorstep. They covered that area with the tent. They went in with like different kinds of equipment. It looked like a camera and then also like a chart for height, which would make you think that they're trying to figure out the suspect's height based on the video that they have. So the tent was up for maybe an hour, maybe a little more, and then they actually took the tent down and left. So the tent is now down. That's one thing. The other thing is I have confirmed with neighbors that detectives are looking for Ring camera video in the area from January 11th, in the evening on January 11th, which is something new. That's obviously well before Nancy disappeared. We don't know the significance about that date, but it's interesting that they have a specific date that they are looking for video for on January 11th. Trying to think if there's anything else that's just been running around. If anything else develops, I'll obviously let you guys know, but those are the two big things so far today. Hey guys.
Muted. Brian is always on it. So we'll switch back over to JLR for a minute while I do a little research. Suspicious car seen in the area on January 11th. Yeah. So that they said something about a truck. I'm just monitoring right now to see if Pima County is updating, and I've got them on our list. So Savannah posted a new video. It's kind of sad. It's just like memories of her mom when she was little. I know. It's kind of like the standard 1960s haircut. Let's see what we got going on here. Got some chat going on. Yeah, saw that. Yep. So we have another email demanding more Bitcoin. That's not my feed, by the way. When you're in the desert, I'm telling you, my phone did this too. He is going to where the glove was found. North Campbell Road. The good thing about that, it gives them a direction of travel if this lines up with DNA or something. And then they can, start canvassing. I'm sure they've already started canvassing anywhere along that route. But that's kind of the main road once you come out of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. This North Campbell Road is looks like that's Annie's house, possibly. Yeah, somebody's carrying a camera. There's somebody there? No. So, okay, Pima County Sheriff. Let's see. Maybe I don't have them up. All right, let me add them. They have not put anything out as of now. So Brian teleports everywhere. I'm telling you, he's never home. Hey, JLR, look, I know people have their opinions, but he has brought it, and I respect that because he's out there on his own dime, and it gets expensive. I'm not sure how old Brian is. He is a good dude. Brian is one of the sweetest guys I know. Very committed and very victim focused, which is, that's important. Very neutral. You don't see him leaning one way or the other. Okay, so nothing new right now. I'm monitoring. He's frozen. So we'll keep it here and just see. I'm looking for my passwords to pull up my Instagram still. Here we go. That chicken's good. Y'all leaving?
Yep.
All
Bye,
right.
Alabama.
Mom and Dad are leaving.
We'll see y'all.
Oh, I see I had the wrong password. Mom and Dad are going. Y'all come
Bye.
back. See us. Love y'all.
I got a lot of stories to tell y'all one day.
None about me.
No.
Love y'all.
Love you.
Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Thank y'all for hanging with my folks. They're the best, y'all. And they come to CrimeCon with me every year. So, yes, TMZ got a new email about 11, after 11 Eastern, and it said, I'm not being taken seriously. He makes some ominous statements in the email. As for why he wants Bitcoin, he says he'll need money to lay low after identifying the kidnapper for fear of retaliation, and also worries he might be incriminated like that Carlos guy, the delivery driver who was detained. He ends by saying this is his final attempt to help. Go to the flippin' FBI and tell him your tip. That's why it's bogus. This is probably bogus. Bogus. Hocus pocus. Nothing else on live right now. We're just waiting on that statement to come in. Let me refresh JLR. Yeah, sometimes if you refresh, that'll help. Yeah, it looks like he's in a dead zone. So we'll go back to our X Pro. So if you're here recently, I know I have said this 50,000 times, but we're just following news in real time, y'all. I've got 5 screens on me, and staring me in the face, and I'm just literally looking for anything to share, any new updates. I'm trying to get them out there to you, so you don't have to sit there and refresh, and you can also just sit here and chill and chat. And then we get the occasional cameo by Mom and Dad. And the dogs, because they bark too. Let's see if there's any news. We're going to go live. It'd be lunchtime out that way. So, right now, though, anything we watch is really just going to be rehashing what we've talked about all day. Because there doesn't seem to be many updates at the moment. You think they're DNA testing these gloves, possibly this mask, whatever they may have found in the house. They were there today with the tent up. If you're just getting here, you can see right there on the very left column under Brian Enton. So there's been some activity. They were seen carrying out what would be used to measure somebody. So what they're doing is they're getting together, identifying factors to give the public, a description of this person. I think at this point we probably all could do it. But yeah, it seems very fit. I just keep going back to that. The calf's very defined. Think yeah, so that letter is kind of the newest thing we've had. And by the way, I'm going to share this tab. This is the movie we were talking about, something the Lord made. Great cast. Alan Rickman, my favorite actor, but it was Alfred Blaylock and Vivian Thomas were the two real doctors that really had this breakthrough. And I mean, this guy went from being a janitor to really just groundbreaking stuff. He was eventually given an honorary degree and he taught surgery students with no medical degree. He was that smart. All right, so let's see if JLR is back. No, he's still bricked. All right, so we'll go back to the X Pro feed. Okay, Brian Enton, I'm told many of the investigators working the case don't even know who is in charge and whether it is the FBI or the Pima County Sheriff. Yeah. The sheriff might be back to road duty. Like pulling people over for streaming it. Let's see, I'm reading something. Yeah, I mean, that dude might be back to writing tickets, but it can't be an ego thing. When you're dealing with a missing elder, anybody, when you're dealing with a big crime, egos can't be in the way. You got to say you've got more resources than we do. Please help us, because the important part is finding Nancy, and it's not a peeing contest. Yeah, I saw the breaking news from TMZ about the new letter. Yeah, we just read that. Thank you. Yeah, it's really a bad thing to let your ego get in the way of and like I say, let's see here. Let's watch this. This is new. Mike from Minnesota. Really sweet. And then 2 days ago we hear there are persons of interest, which this is not a one person job, and it's not their first rodeo. Although that guy kind of like a bumbling fool at the doorbell. But still scary enough and smart enough to, we're 12 days in, y'all. So we can say this person was unorganized or whatever, but somebody needs to step in and handle this with the sheriff's office, because this big of a case, this is not in the same zip code as what they're capable of. I'm not saying that they're not capable of stuff, but the technology the FBI has, like what they just did with that tent up, that's what's needed at a time like this. I hope we're getting closer, Hash Brown. There's been a lot of activity. These gloves could be a big break if they're connected and they're able to get DNA. DNA can last a very long time on latex gloves, but like somebody earlier said, UV light from the sun, the UV rays can damage DNA very, very quickly, but some of those fingers were not all the way extended out. I used to be medical field. When I take mine off, sometimes it would happen like that too. And it seems like I just tossed it, out of the window. Trying to find a picture of the gloves. We've been through it, but this was what they saw coming out, which means they're probably trying to get an approximate height on this dude. Not a woman, y'all. People think it's a woman. It ain't a woman. Trying to find the They were using this, which is Ultra Studio. It can be helpful when downloading stuff. Michael Ruiz posted 3 hours ago. They have a large Pelican style box labeled video forensics. Didn't look like they brought the stuff in there for a Pharaoh scan, but Pharaoh scans are amazing. Gives you a 3D version of the crime scene. I feel like I need like happy animal videos right now. I'm just like blah. Pima County Sheriff, nothing. Let's scroll over. Last post 16 hours ago. And this is Nancy's home. So as you can see, North Campbell Avenue right there, your main vein. And the glove was found here. So direction of travel, takes you out to at least East River Road. I would venture a guess they're canvassing in here, getting surveillance. Also telling neighbors to look for January 11th, which is 2.5 weeks before she disappeared, for a suspicious car. Y'all see how fast FBI is scrolling. Epstein didn't kill himself. Ugh. Gross case. I can't cover cases where children have been abused like that. I just never been a victim, thank God, but it is so disturbing to me. People are sick. I'm all for if somebody is convicted beyond a reasonable doubt or they confess to doing stuff like that, put them in the county square. If JLR is back up, nope, his stream ended. Not a disconnected. Yeah, he is off the air now. So let's go back over to YouTube TV and see if anybody is talking about the case. Playing it by ear, y'all. I thought today was Friday. I'm so excited. Not that anything stops for me, but I can sleep in the morning. Although I tend to wake up pretty much at the same time every day, and it's early. Let's see if there's anything on News Nation. All right, I think I can do a poll. I want to see what you guys think. Let's do a poll since we're just twiddling our little thumbs here. We dropped off. A lot of people are like, yep, nothing new. I'm out. Hang on, you might hear my voice. Oh, I hate my voice, y'all. Can't stand it. Never watch back anything I'm on. All right, do you think there's been a break in the case with the activity we've seen today? Yes or no? Start a poll. Let's see what you say. Yeah, I hate my voice and I have to listen back to my episodes sometimes. I try to do it when I'm editing, but I can't stand it. Oh my gosh. Don't want to hear myself and I don't rewatch myself. So I have no clue if I made stupid faces that would embarrass me. Hey, thank you so much, Shop and Tan for me. Sounds like a good day right there, Shop and Tan. I love what I do. Follow. All right, I'm going to put this in right now. Is that on X? I need some happy animal videos, y'all. I was going to hop on my personal Instagram. Oh, I found it. Great. Awesome. I love that. Why is my Instagram not connecting? I want to show you guys these pictures of me with my 80s hair. All right, I forgot my password. If it says can't use the same password, y'all, I'm just going to lose my mind. I'm going to have to do something about my cholesterol. It is insane. Insane. I'm not getting my login link. Oh, son of a nutcracker. There we go. Okay, so I'm logging in. We're gonna switch over to my Instagram account. I'm gonna show you guys when I was. Oh, thank you so much, Tiny Bean. I appreciate you so much. I pretend to be a professional, but if y'all knew me, you'd know I'm goofy. Thank you very much. That means a lot. Thank you for your generosity, and couldn't do what I do without you. So I'm gonna share my Instagram. So this is not my business one. My little nephew, great nephew. Is he not the cutest thing ever? I love him so much. My son got firefighter of the year, Grammy. This is not on my, that's when we used to go shopping. Me as a baby, Grammy looking at me. One of my favorite pictures of her right there. First structure fire. Let's scroll down. Look at this.
So much.
And Grammy.
And Grammy. And Grammy. And Grammy.
Everybody loves
I
Gigi
really love
Grammy.
Gigi Grammy.
Oh, I love that guy. Look at this. Look at my dad's hair and look at that little baby Gigi. That's my pops. And the best mom ever. And we look a lot alike. Oh, I want to show you guys this. Chapel of the Holy Cross in Sedona. Listen to this. So these are some of my pictures from Arizona. I mean, it's just so beautiful to see all these cactus lining the roads. That was Grand Canyon on a weekend getaway when Lori's trial was happening. Right there, Shoeless Joe's World Series 1917. It was a pendant that he had made into a ring. I used to volunteer at the Shoeless Joe Museum. Go down. It's me in Tombstone. Guns out. This cracks me up. So how would you like to be painted, young lady, with my favorite fish? Are you sure? And also this drunk cat. It's my dog River. Oop. Sherlock when he got in a fight and had to have the cone of shame on. He was not digging it. You know, you always wonder, do people ever win things from these machines? Look at that. My son won a PS5 that worked for about a week before it broke. Thank you, Beth. Appreciate you. Me and my brother. Love my brother. This is on Easter. I had really, kind of red hair. Here's Papa trying to show people he's young. He's a mess, y'all. Oh, Lord. You guys know The Legend of Billie Jean? She plays the voice of Lisa Simpson, too. She has a true crime podcast called Small Town Dicks. Really, really good. Met her at CrimeCon a couple years ago. Love her. This is my kind of humor. My daughter was doing her history homework and asked me what I knew about Galileo. He was a poor boy from a poor family. How petty can you be, me? Yeah, that's my dad. There's my buddy Nate. Love Nate. Good dude. This is what my dad does for a living. He owns a welding and fabrication business. This statue was from the airport here in Greenville, and he was fixing her up. Look at that cool dude right there. Juliet, when she was a baby. Pima County has posted some tweets on X. We're going to come back to this. Share this tab. What are they saying? All right. The Pima County Sheriff's Department periodically uses the Neighbors app to contact residents with home surveillance cameras. Requests will come from Pima County Sheriff's Department with a blue check mark. Please verify legitimate post before sharing. Okay. The comment section drug. Circle back when you have significant breaking news. Crazy, y'all. 4 minutes ago, same thing that we talked about 3 hours ago. They're requesting any video showing vehicles, traffic, pedestrians, or suspicious activity from January 1st to February 1st or February 2nd near East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. North Campbell, again, yesterday where they found those gloves. Nothing new here. And of course, there are no press briefings scheduled at this time. Sheriff Nanos is not conducting one-on-one interviews. Should a significant development occur, press conference will be called, and media will be notified via email and our Pima County Sheriff's account on X. So a nothing burger. Same old, y'all. All right, we're going back looking at cute dogs. Here's Arlene. That's me when I was little. Me when I was a teenager. That's me when I was pregnant with Taylor. That's her there. Another picture. Y'all recognize her, don't ya? That was right after trial. She came to Greenville. I did an interview with her. This was filming a documentary about Chandler Halderson. I don't know if that ever aired. I never found out. Thank you so much, Shop and Tan. Reminding people to subscribe, like, and become a member. Liking and subscribing is free. Doesn't cost you a thing. Helps me out so much. This was when I was in Madison, Wisconsin to film that for Chandler Halderson. Very disturbing case. So this is my daughter reeling in her first shark. Papa helping her.
You got something, girl. You got something.
We catch and release. By the way, we don't keep them.
You're almost there, man. It's like the last lap of a race. Put it in the holder.
Shark! I don't think I'm ready to pick it up yet. Okay.
He's taking drag.
So we catch and release. We don't keep them. Me and Mom on the balcony of their beach house. Thank you for renewing their Dr. Vonda. My mom's dream was a beach house, and Dad worked hard and made it happen. By the way, just a reminder to all y'all, you still owe Columbia House for the 30 CDs you got for 1 cent and 95. Just saying. This was in Boise. It was a Freak Alley, so I would just go out and explore. Really cool place, just tons of murals everywhere. I love Boise. This is when we went and saw Taylor Swift. She's grown so much since then. She's now a freshman in high school. Murdaugh days. Outside the courthouse there. Me with Jesse. That was the first day I was ever a correspondent. My knees were knocking, y'all. There's me right there. Going out for Lori's trial when I landed at the airport in Boise. Y'all know Steve-O? Nice dude. This is so true, y'all. 8-year-old me, every time my mom raised her voice at me, which was never, in the 2 times I ran away to the end of the driveway when I was like 8, you think about this now. Why was it that I only packed underwear? No food, no provisions, no change of clothes, but I was going to have clean pants. My Aunt Angie, who passed, that's Grammy's daughter, who passed away 54. 54 years old on Mother's Day. She lost her baby girl on Mother's Day. There's some crime. This one I was on with Scott Reich at Crime Con. That was Vegas. Dan Abrams. Have a seat, Chris Hansen. Oh boy. I thought this was kind of cool. I mean, we're just bored, y'all. There's nothing happening. So we're just me and my Aunt Angie when I was little. Here's my boy on the news when he was a volunteer firefighter. Right there. Now he's a full-time firefighter EMT. That's Thunder. He died when he was 16. Missed that little dude. Grammy's birthday. Little conversation on the swing with Grammy back when she was well and living at home with Mason. First time I saw my baby girl. You only took your toothbrush. Yeah, some things were going to be clean. River and Sherlock. Sherlock is DMX. He was my seatmate from New York City to Greenville where he lived. We had a blast. Such a fun dude. I may be a little behind on the feed there. This is really cool. We went to Top Golf and she brought out like this little treat. And I thought that was the sweetest thing. Thank you for raising amazing children. Stuff like that means a lot, But I do have amazing kids. My oldest, who has been a antiquer since she was about 13. It's weird when you scroll down these. Look at Grammy there looking at the sunset. Snap that without her knowing. She must have been reading about him eating worms. Mom and Dad's Christmas picture one year. How cute. Little tree on the beach. River. He gives high fives. Yeah, you think about it. I'm coming up 6 years doing this. So Taylor's 20. Mason's 18. Sarah Rose is 14. I mean, they were so young. I mean, you guys have seen my kids grow up and I love it. Some hiking there. Beautiful little hike right there. We have great hiking. My girls. My goofy one. Makes me laugh. I have owned like 10 versions of this shirt, y'all. I need to get a new one. It's worn. Okay, I'm trying to find Stranger Things pictures. It's when we went with Grandma and Papa, took Taylor to see Paul McCartney. 5 minutes from my house. Pretty cool. This is the day we rescued River. Look at that face. He had been brought back 3 times and he was 1 day away from being put to sleep. And our dog Desi had just died. River kind of looked like her, but look at that face. Y'all should have seen him when we got him. He was just not happy. And that was when he first met his new buddy, Thunder. We wanted to get him a friend. He's a pack dog, so. Where are these pictures? I'm monitoring feed, y'all. Nothing going on. Is she dressed like Harley Quinn one time or? It's weird, it's just like, there's my pop. That's Grammy's husband. We have pictures of him feeding every single kid on the counter like that. That was Grammy's husband, Pop. We love him so much. What's up? Is that for your interview? You look very pretty. My oldest has a job interview she's going to, so send some good juju her way. This is that's my student that passed away. We were at the prom. We had a blast. It's Taekwondo in the sequin dress in the back. We had so much fun. Ah, there we go. There's one of the Stranger Things pictures. So, they just did the hire the hair to close to God thing on you. And that was actually my Def Leppard shirt. And then I have that on the back of my phone. I have some more too. This kid right here, always into something. Cornstarch. So proud of herself. Have a few more and then we'll jump back to what's going on. If it doesn't start getting active, I might end the live in about 20 minutes or so. So if you guys watched Doc Martin or if you watched Men Behaving Badly, that is Martin Clunes. I took Taylor to Port Isaac, which is where Doc Martin is filmed. And we love Doc Martin. And we just fell in love with the scenery. So we went and we rented the doctor's surgery to stay in. If you know the show, you know it. And they were filming that day. It was really cool. We got to be extras that week and it was really fun. Martin Clunes, such a nice guy. I can't say enough about him. And so here we are in our kitchen and he's filming scenes right there. Yeah, he's coming out the door. Martin Clunes, the nicest guy ever. And so here's some more stuff from Mrs. Tischel. From the show. If you haven't watched Doc Martin and you like some really dry humor, we made buddies with the crew too. They were awesome. Art Malik, he's been in some stuff. Really fun guy. He was guesting on that day. What's he been in? Art Malik. What was he in that was big? True Lies. Yeah, he's been in some stuff. Let's see. That he plays the cop, she plays the secretary. We had fun. Taylor and his daughter were fast buddies and hung out that week. It was really fun. This is inside the house that we were staying in and really cute place there. That's him signing something for Taylor, and we were kind of dancing, like having fun. Yeah. These are all my personal little yeah, thanks for hanging out. There's nothing going on, so now we're just going through my private Instagram. He plays the cop on Doc Martin. We got these cute little gnomes there, and so I took this picture. We set them up. They're like supposed to be good luck or something. Yes, but I'm still trying to. Oh yeah, I was telling you guys about this. That's one of the Emmys for Modern Family right there. When we went to Arlene's house. There's Mason holding it. Gosh, it's just so hard to believe. Like, a grown man now. We went to Warner Brothers and had a blast. Took him to Disneyland. We had so much fun. Where are my other? I guess maybe I don't have them on here. Years ago, that was in Nancy Grace's studio, probably 15 years ago. 10 a.m. Okay, so Juliana Perez, aka Au Pair. Her sentencing is at 10 a.m. I'll run that live. Oh, it's Josh Brolin from the Goonies and all that. Nice dude. Oh, Grammy with her girls. Um, so much fun. Wait. Gavin DeGraw. I was thinking of his name. I haven't looked through these in forever, like, really looked. My pictures from seeing Paul McCartney. So good. Oh, man, this is when me and Fruit Loop were playing, like, co-ed ball. Rocking the knee braces. So I played softball in high school, a year in college. It just wasn't fun. The funness went away. I got tired of, like, getting big strawberries on my hips from sliding. That was at Elton John in Greenville. I need to see if there's anybody good coming to Greenville. Yeah, Doc Martin is such a funny show. I mean, you like that kind of humor. It's definitely one of those where you have to kind of, oh, there's James Earl Jones. So I'll play with him in New York. I think this guy was on the Waltons. Richard Thomas. Good night, John Boy. Boy, I look so much younger in these pictures. Ah. Yeah, I think these are all Grammy and Pop. So they were so funny together, y'all. They were hilarious. They would just play off each other and they were so cute. And they're back together. I love to think of that. She's probably getting on his nerves. I like this picture. I got it through the window of Pop and Mason having a little conversation on the front porch. You know, we're lucky. They live very close. We were always there. They were always coming over, really involved in my kids' lives from day one. Mine too. What is this? Oh, Ray's Pizza. I'm checking nothing new from anybody, y'all. Let's see. It's Adam Duritz from the Counting Crows. I'm sure you guys are. If y'all are tired of looking at my pictures, let me know. But there is literally nothing going on. You know, love always. Grammy was my last grandparent alive, and I miss her. But yeah, they did. Yeah, that was something we talked about. There were extras on Modern Family, and Lori broke the cardinal rule: don't look at the camera. They tell you a million times, don't look at the camera. I'll show you guys a photo. If you didn't know, Colby, Lori, and Tylee were extras on Modern Family at the Disneyland. There was a Disneyland episode. It's the mom from the Wonder Years there. Rode the subway with her and her husband. He's very famous. I forget his name though. She was great. We had fun. And Nelly Furtado. She's like a bird. And she don't know where her soul is or her home is. She's singing that song all day now. Yeah, so we're at the bottom now. You can see how old this Instagram account is. Look at this. Babies. My gosh. Old Pop with the babies. He Lord, he loved his kids. That's about all. I could have swore I had more of that in here. Zoltar. I wish I were big. If you know big, you know that. I want one of those for my house. A Zoltar machine. We used to go to all these little community things with like first responders because Mason was always into first responder stuff. And it's really cool. Like you get to see the like their dogs come out, and actually Mason, they were let him hold that red thing right there, and it was that dog. It almost knocked him over when it grabbed it. They're so strong. Trying to figure out where some of these are from. It's like, yeah, man. Yeah, you look back through the stuff too, and it's like, I've had such a blessed life. I have had a full, happy life for sure. Mason would always wear a tie and a suit around the house. Always like Dapper Dan. All right, so I'm going to look and see if there's anything new. If not, I think we may hop off here a bit. I'll probably go back live later, to be honest with you. Let's. I never look at my tagged photos. That's one of my teachers from high school, Ms. Reed, that I still keep in touch with to this day. Love her. She had me in Fruit Loop in psychology, y'all. And one time we talked too much, so she put us on opposite ends of the room. So we were doing like hand signals and stuff, and she was like, "Just go back over there." Great lady. I love her so much. Um, Look at that. That was a crime con this past year when Fruit Loop and Brienne got to come with Nate and his beautiful wife Erica. They are so sweet. That was the hiding places thing. You know, Fruit Loop left the podcast to do the hiding place. They finally got to come represent there this year. And then they gave Ray and Christy Hermosillo one of their shirts. Lori Hellis. And then, we were just, that was some of their photos, not mine. This was Tombstone. Taylor wore her little costume. So people were like, "Do you work here?" Like, nope. Okay, so let's look and see if there's any news. If not, we're gonna pop off here for a bit and I'll be back later. I think I might. What time is it? 2:30? I could probably go get a good hour nap in. Just saying. Yeah, nothing going on, but if anything breaks, just make sure you subscribe with the little bell icon, click for notifications, and we will definitely go live. Let's peek in on JLR real quick one more time before we go. See what he's up to. And he is still offline. So he's having signal trouble. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to pop out for a bit. May go take a nap. Maybe not. But thanks for being with me. Thanks for hanging out today. It's very off the cuff and just real-time stuff. But again, I like just gathering all this so that you don't have to. You can sit back, relax, and know you're not missing an alert because I got a whole system here. So why not share it with you guys in times like this where, there's definitely some very urgent stuff going on and breaking news. And he is live again. Okay. For some reason, he's got some Gatorades there. Not sure where he's at, but it's kind of choppy for me, but yeah, it looks like he's just, either at Nancy or Annie's house. So, all right, guys, I'll be back later. Look for a live stream. Make sure you're subscribed and like the video if you haven't already. That helps push me out. If you see hype, you get 3 free a week to hype somebody's video. That really pushes me out. I appreciate you guys so much for trusting me with it. And we're going to follow this to the conclusion and hope it's still a good one and not lose hope, because sometimes hope is all we have until we're told not to have hope. And I choose to have hope because here's the thing. They haven't found anything. They haven't found her. So it means they haven't found her body, and I just look at it like, okay, that's good. Doesn't mean things haven't happened, but I don't know. I'm a half glass kind of full kind of person. That's a tongue twister. Just gotta be positive, right? So yeah, nobody's posted, so we're gonna knock off. I'll see y'all soon. Bye.